addicts are here.
Because?
On this day, sorry, Steph, on this day in 1985, #1 on the charts. I mean, you can't deny #1 on the charts.
Of course you can't. Of course you can't.
And technically, this is not a Phil Collins song.
When you team up with Philip Bailey, you got it made, baby.
This is a Philip Bailey song.
I remember playing that over and over because it was #1 in 85.
I have to go get myself some more Mill Creek coffee. I'm just going to step out right now.
I brought
you should
mine.
have done that during the song. You should have. Now, that wasn't my first choice.
What?
It wasn't my first choice. Although, wasn't that fun? I'm all about fun. The first choice...
You got to get forgiveness from Steph for that. What was the first choice?
The first choice was discarded because it was 5 minutes and 30 seconds long. On this day,
okay,
in 1979, #1 on the charts, Tragedy.
Mill Creek coffee, it gets the taste of Phil Collins and Phil Bailey out of your mouth.
I wanted to open
Mill
with
Creek
this,
is delicious.
but it takes 2 minutes before they even get into the vocals.
That makes it good. All right, Katie, put me down for a no on the Phil Collins, Philip Bailey. It did have a smoking guitar solo, but...
How about this? What would you have said to this? Would this have been a yes or a no?
To this.
I'm not a Bee Gees fan. I acknowledge this song as being good for what it is. It's just not for me.
Now, Gina, we could have played the Foo Fighters version of it.
Was it not 5 minutes long? I didn't.
Well, it's 5 even, but
You would have been okay with. Usually 5 is a deal breaker.
Well, we just started early.
That's true.
Yeah, this goes on way too long. They could have done this in 2.5.
Frank Christ in the chat room. My favorite song.
Tragedy.
Oh, we had a tragedy yesterday, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Are you okay, Bill? I thought you might need the day off for that tragedy.
That's right. You were kind of sweet on Madeleine Albright.
Hey, I'm not going to talk about it right now. Okay? We're supposed to be upbeat and cheerful for this part of the week.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Maddie. Hey, just don't laugh at me.
Okay, all right.
All right.
We all have our precious celebrities that are extra precious to us.
Yep. Okay, would you stop talking about it?
Okay.
Anyway.
Mill Creek coffee's a little too hot right now.
Is it?
I got a new coffee pot, and it's I really like the way it works, and I like the taste of the coffee, and it keeps it. I like the fact that it's hot. It is really, it's a ninja coffee pot.
It cannot be too hot. You like it when you burn your tongue, and then you.
I don't burn my tongue, but
you don't.
No. The only thing bad about it, it's a Ninja coffee pot, and the only thing bad about it is occasionally I can't find it. It just, where the hell did the Ninja coffee pot go? There it is behind me. It's unpredictable, but other than that, it makes great coffee.
Just look for the smoke bomb. Just look for the puff of smoke. That's usually.
It's that's it, but it makes great coffee. It's just a little unpredictable.
And it shouts, "Coffee pot, vanish."
Yeah, it is interesting that just about the coffee pot. It's interesting to me, and this will be boring to everybody else. So I had a coffee pot up here that it was a Mr. Coffee, and that's fine. And I've had it for years and years and years and years. And it finally stopped getting the coffee hot enough was the problem. And so I said, okay, it's time to get a new one. And I got this Ninja coffee pot. And the coffee tastes way better. I mean, it's smoother and richer, and it tastes great. And I just drink my coffee black. And I guess it's not because it's a Ninja coffee pot, or it's because it's new. I think that it's
there's not buildup. You don't have gunk.
I guess that's
there's no gunk.
I guess, I mean, I cleaned that coffee pot periodically. You run vinegar and water through. God, this is a boring conversation. Never mind. I'm sorry. Let's get.
No, it's relatable, Bill. It's
well,
relatable.
that's true.
Because celebrities have coffee pots.
Yeah. But
just like us. Yeah.
But a brand new coffee pot.
I'm very happy for you. I'm glad that coffee pot is making you so happy.
You know what's really cool about it and why I finally selected it? 2 reasons.
Okay.
Reason number 1, it takes up less space. It's not kind of squat. It's thin and tall. So it takes up less space. And to fill it up with water, you can take the water reservoir off of it and take that to the sink and you fill it up, and you can see. You don't have to fill it up using the carafe and then dump that in. You fill up the reservoir and then put it back on the coffee and coffee pot, and it's great. The Ninja. Oh, no, wait.
Send them a bill.
Where is it?
Send them a bill.
God, where did it go? Anyway, hi. Had a boring day yesterday. Nothing happened.
Did you leave the house?
I thought about it, but I didn't. I don't believe I even opened the door.
Really?
To the outside. Yeah.
Let me tell you what happened, just real quick.
Yeah.
Because I've been trying to see the Batman for a while now.
Yeah.
And what I do is I monitor the seat sales, at this theater down the street from me. Now, the last time I did that, and I saw that there were only 3 people in the theater, I went, terrific, that's good.
Yeah.
Because I go at weird times, in the middle of the week and all that. And I said, terrific, I'll do that. So I go to the theater, and the theater, it has a downstairs and an upstairs. And the downstairs where you buy the tickets, they were out of order. This was 2 weeks ago. Out of order. So I go up, and I'm standing behind people. I don't know what other movies are playing. I don't know.
Yeah.
And there's this family of 8 kids, little kids who shouldn't be seeing the Batman. It says, we need 8 tickets for the Batman. I turned around and I left.
That was it?
That was
I don't blame you. Don't blame you.
So I thought, today I look at the theater, 2 people in the theater.
Okay.
Terrific. That's great. I'll go 1 o'clock. Get there. There's a woman downstairs working on the ticket machines. And she says, oh, they're not working. You'll have to go upstairs. And so I went upstairs and I said, 1 for the Batman, please.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Our entire credit card system is down.
You're being thwarted at every turn.
And
were they just not showing the movie, or only if you have cash?
Well, I said, well, then what do we do? And he says, well, you could download our app.
No.
And I said, so hold it right there. Never mind. Just turned around and left.
Twice you've done this?
Twice I have been thwarted at the same theater.
I think I probably would have downloaded the app quickly and paid that way.
I wasn't in the mood
to mess around with it.
No, I just wanted to go. Give me a popcorn and a Coke and let me go in there.
Maybe you're not supposed to see it.
Well, I need
the
to.
universe is conspiring.
Don't you know who this is?
The universe is conspiring against you.
I got Geek News coming up at 6:45. I was hoping to give a quick review, but apparently not. The universe does not want me to see the Batman.
No.
All right.
That's weird.
I support Robert Pattinson. All right.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's farting around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, now that we're done farting around, it's time to get the show started and let's get this show on the road. Come on, let's go. Come on. Check-ins, 877-602-9696. That's a phone number. And you are welcome to use it to call us right now. And, just check in, tell us how you are, what you're doing. What are you going to do with your day today? We're doing an expo later on about, a memory or two of our 30 years. What memories do you have of X96 or Radio from Hell? If you can't participate, if you know you can't participate in the expo later on, maybe you want to just give us a quick memory this morning.
Sure.
And we'll See this Mill Creek, or this Radio from Hell coffee mug?
Oh, yeah.
It's got my Mill Creek coffee in it. I'll bet we could give one of these. Couldn't we, Katie? Could we give one of these to a random checker-inner?
Maybe.
877-602-9696 or text 33986.
Check in.
Hi, I'm... yesterday I was at a business. I'll tell you, I was at a business called Total Health and Fitness, who I believe we're going to be doing some commercials for. So I'm out there talking to the folks and everything, and I get done with my business at Total Health and Fitness, which is in Draper on 123rd South, and I'm just about to leave the building where Total Health and Fitness is located. Okay. And a woman walks in and walks up to the desk and says to the lovely receptionist at Total Health and Fitness, "Hi, is this Total Health and Fitness?" To which the receptionist, being a nicer person than I am, said, "Why, yes, it is." And that the woman said, "Oh, okay, good. I'd really like to apply for a job." Now, if it had been me as the receptionist, when she walked in and said,
"Yeah,
is this Total Health and Fitness?" And I probably would have been nice to a point and said, "Yes." And when she said, "Oh, good, I'd like to apply for a job," I would have said, "Don't bother."
Exactly.
Because you apparently can't read the signs all over the building. You didn't read the big sign over the door before you walked in. You didn't see the sign on 123rd South, blazing across the building, Total Health and Fitness. You didn't see that anywhere. I just as soon you not apply for a job. Thank you. Goodbye.
You think she was being ironic? Because the signs were everywhere?
No. The receptionist did say she's way nicer than I am, but it was probably true. I don't think she was just trying to be nice. She said, "Well, we're not hiring right now." I would have just said, "Don't bother." God. Oh, shit. I'm just sitting there looking at this going, really? I'm not a nice person, though.
No, you're not.
No.
All right, 6:20. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, let's. We will start the show officially and then go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I think there's one line open. We'll give a checker-inner, a random checker-inner, Radio from Hell coffee mug. And I saw somebody texting who said, based on Bill's review, I'm going to run out and buy a Ninja coffee maker today. I wish you would do that with some of our clients rather than I think I'm pretty persuasive about some of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you want to really help, go buy something from one of our clients, please. Okay. All right, Gina?
Maybe become a nurse. Do us a favor and become a nurse.
Yeah. Like Nurse Christopher.
Yes.
Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
The moon is on the wane. It is going away slowly. It'll be a new moon, let's see, April 1st. Right now it's in the third quarter, and it's 58.4% of full. Looked really cool in the sky this morning. The moon will set today at 11:25 a.m. And this is Thursday. It's the 24th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And 9 out of 10 far-right Christian pastors say this is the wickedest morning show on God's green earth.
Oh, good.
It's Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. There's Kerry Jackson with his ear to the ground.
Oh,
I'm the horned demon, Bill Allred. What'd you say, Kerry?
Listen, my neck hurts.
From having your knee to the your ear to the ground. I'm the horned demon, Bill Allred. There's Gina Barberi, wicked to the core. The only nice one is Katie for short. She's our producer in downtown Salt Lake. And a couple of nice folks in the producer's booth helping out as well, Miriam and Cameron Diaz.
Yes. All right, let's begin with Katie checking in. Hello, Katie.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Okay, what's up with you?
I'm just driving to work. I work in trucking. Yay, the world goes around with trucks.
It's true.
It's true. It is true.
Very true. Very busy. How are you guys?
Good. Do you know anybody involved in the big trucker convoy back east? Or, well, it's not so big. It's kind of a bus.
It's kind of, yeah.
The trucker convoy.
I don't, but a couple of our drivers drove the one on Bangerter. There was a big one that went down Bangerter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. And
it was a few weeks ago.
Did it make a statement?
I don't know. I guess there was tons of people, so maybe.
What were they protesting? I mean, what was the point?
That Carrie.
About fair pay and, the normal.
Everything that's wrong with the damn world. That's what they were.
Well,
exactly.
Okay, then driving your truck will help. How?
It's
all right.
You're overthinking it.
I know, right?
Well, thanks for checking in with us, and have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Should
Thanks
we give
for
her
letting
a
me
mug?
listen. You too.
No?
You don't think so?
I'd love the mug.
Why aren't we giving
Let's
her
put
a
Katie on hold, and we'll give her
we'll give you a mug.
mug or a
Good
tote
night,
bag.
Katie,
Your
a
choice.
mug.
All right, Katie, hang on.
It just wasn't that interesting.
Let's
That's
go.
not nice.
Let's go.
Well, I know it's
Katie,
not nice,
I'm
but
glad
it's
you
true.
called.
Let's
We
go to
haven't,
Jim.
we haven't said you have to be interesting to get a prize. That was never.
You'll never win anything if we do that.
Let's go to Johnny. All right.
Hi, Johnny.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Sure. What's up with you?
I was once an in-studio BFOP with you guys.
How?
Sadly, you guys did a phone interview with Bob Saget and had a discussion with Dr. Butters.
Really? So that's what happened the day you were in our studio.
Well, you interviewed Saget and had Dr. Butters come in and talk to you guys.
Yeah, that's
what is tragic between the two of them.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, both. Bob Saget.
Did we also talk to Punk that day, too?
Jesus.
Was Jeff Weiss there?
We talked about shoestring fries at Arctic Circle. And
Boy, the
been
show's
listening
not
a long
changed a
time,
bit.
guys.
Yep, maybe we ought to look at that, Johnny.
Johnny, did you enjoy yourself?
I had a ball. Judge
Oh, good.
Cafe breakfast with you guys.
Judge Cafe. Yeah.
I mean, wow.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I still have my certificate.
Oh,
Your
we
best
gave,
friend of the program.
That's right. We gave
That's
certificates.
right. We used to give those away.
Johnny, will you
Yep.
do me a favor and
I still have it.
snap a photograph of that and send it to radiofromhell@x96.com?
Yeah, love to see it.
When I'm on my way into the office, but when I get
Well-
home, I'll round that up.
Yeah,
That'd be
later.
great.
Now,
That's
see,
fine.
that's a coffee mug call, Gina.
All right, Johnny, hang on.
Hang on, we'll get you a coffee mug
Yes.
as well.
All right. Let's go to Steph now. Hi, Steph.
I can't believe you played Phil
I'm
Collins.
sorry. I apologized.
It's terrible, isn't
Sorry.
it?
Steph is very
And you
upset.
know I never call this radio show.
I know you don't.
No, I know you. Yeah.
We better give her a mug or a tote bag for
Whatever you want, Steph.
for
Whatever
payback.
you want.
Steph, he's on my Deadpool this year.
He doesn't
I
look
know,
good at all.
and I'm rooting for you.
Steph, didn't Bailey, what's his name?
Philip Bailey.
Philip Bailey. Didn't Philip Bailey just save it a little bit? No, he didn't really.
No, he sure didn't.
Yeah.
I'd rather listen to Earth, Wind, and Fire if I have to listen to Philip Bailey, right?
That's true.
Yeah, that's the Philip
if you're
Bailey's
picking,
Earth,
yeah.
Wind, and Fire. Yeah.
Steph, you're collateral damage. I was trying to inflict pain on Bill, and you're collateral damage.
It worked.
Sorry, Steph.
Today I am Bill.
How about Steph? How about this? We promise you now, and let's remember this, everyone.
Okay.
We won't play a Phil Collins song again unless he's
Till he
dead.
dies? Okay.
Oh, that's perfect.
Is that okay?
Well, In the Air, I like In the Air Tonight.
No?
No.
You don't like that one either, Steph?
Oh, that gives me those weird chills that you get when you like start to rage.
You know, those are called the heebie-jeebies. It's called the heebie-jeebies.
Steph, your choice, coffee mug or tote bag. Hang on the line, and we'll get
All
that
right, thanks.
taken care of. All right. Let's see. Chef Roy checking in, loving you guys mixing in the classics to your playlist.
Oh, good.
Teacher Emily, that would also be a big no for me on the opening song.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Metal Shop Mark in week 2 of watching the daughter's 3 dogs, and we already have 3. Janitor Ashley checking in. I've not been listening since the dinosaur days, so it's nice to hear everyone else's experiences. Well, then you need to call in, Ashley.
Or listen.
At 7:45, we're going to do the X-Poll.
Did you see that Nurse Christopher checked in, and he says that he was going to go to bed. He's getting up and doing it all over again because COVID has returned to the hospital he works in.
He says he hasn't seen it in a while, and it's back. So there it is. All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Okay, let's see what we have here. Looks pretty good so far. I see no accidents. And you haven't sent anything in, so let's go with that for the rest of the morning. Now, if that changes, I'll let you know what UDOT tells me, and you can let me know what you're seeing out there on the roads. You can text it 33986.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got some geek news coming up. Stuff you need to know. Beat Gina at 7 o'clock. You could win, I believe we have a Radio from Hell coffee mug filled with concert tickets?
Yeah, not concert tickets.
What is it?
Dave Chappelle tickets.
Dave Chappelle show tickets. So stand by for that. It's Godfather trivia. The movie, not just in general.
Okay.
Your Godfather.
Your
Not
Godfather.
religious.
No.
Okay.
It's because it was released on this day in 1972. I believe that's 50 years.
Yeah, it is. It's the
All right.
50th anniversary.
So Godfather trivia coming up. Stand by for that. X96.
rejected a warning by top Arizona utility officials that Arizona is going to cut off power to L.A.
Yeah, this could be a boner.
To Los Angeles, if the city proceeds with its boycott of all things Arizona. The mayor, on Wednesday, defiantly rejected a warning by top Arizona utilities officials that the state could cut off power to Los Angeles should the city proceed with its boycott. Spokesman Dave Beltran told Fox News that the message didn't even warrant a response. We're not going to respond to threats from a state that has isolated itself from America, that values freedom, liberty, and basic human rights, Beltran said. That was after Gary Pierce, a commissioner of the 5-member Arizona Corporation Commission, wrote a letter to Villagarosa. I can't say his name. It's Villaragosa.
Just mangle it.
Slamming his city council's decision to boycott the Grand Canyon State in protest of its immigration law by suspending official travel there and ending future contracts with state businesses. Noting that a quarter of Los Angeles' electricity comes from Arizona power plants, Pierce threatened to pull the plug if the city council does not reconsider. Doggone it! If you're going to boycott this candy store, then don't come in for any of it, Pierce told Fox News. Well, I'm sure that they'll do that. I am sure that Arizona, as a matter of fact, if I were California, I'd say, go ahead. Go ahead.
Shut it off.
Go ahead. Put up or shut up.
You already look bad, Arizona. Do that and look worse.
They're not going to do it, is the point.
No.
They would never do it. They can't do it. We're going to cut off your power. Uh-huh. Okay, fine. Do it.
All right. This text from Elisa.
Mm-hmm.
This is for Steph. If you haven't seen Sing Street, it's on Netflix. There's a scene where a guy says, "No woman can truly love a man who listens to Phil Collins." Well, American Psycho would disagree with you, but
yeah, there's a whole
bit about Phil Collins in there. All right, we do have Geek News coming up. Beat Gina on the way as well for Dave Chappelle tickets. But before that, do we have anything that we need to know?
Well, I don't really. I hate to talk about it, but yes.
Okay. That's sponsorable, yeah.
Yeah, the Young Automotive Group, locally owned, has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Ogden.
A woman that I really did admire. There was something about her when I'd see her on TV that just created a spark of enjoyment in me and admiration.
Mm-hmm.
Former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright has died. She was 84. Madeleine Albright was a child refugee from Nazi and then Soviet-dominated Eastern Europe. She rose to become the first female Secretary of State and a mentor to many current and former American statesmen and women. She died of cancer, her family said. She was a lifelong Democrat who nonetheless worked to bring Republicans into her orbit. She was chosen in 1996 by President Clinton to be America's top diplomat, elevating her from U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, where she had been only the second woman to hold that job ever. As Secretary of State, Albright was the highest-ranking woman in the history of the U.S. government. She was not in the line of succession to the presidency, however, because she would have been if she had not been born
out of the country.
Still, she was universally admired for breaking the glass ceiling. She was even admired by people who didn't particularly like her politics, but they had to say Madeleine Albright was a force to be reckoned with. And she was tiny. She was just a little short woman. We have lost a loving mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and friend, her family said in a statement. Flags at the White House. President Biden has ordered flags at the White House and other federal buildings to be at half-staff today. So I'm thinking if you go around town, you'll see the federal courthouse and flags at half-staff. Madeleine Albright. And also dying, this is tragic. Well, it is tragic. Stephen Wilhite has died.
Who's that?
Stephen Wilhite is credited with, and it is traceable to him, creating the GIF.
No, he created the GIF.
I think he did did call it that.
He created
but everybody else says GIF, and so that's what it is. You might not know his name, but if you've spent any time on the internet, of course, you know what one of these is. One of these GIFs. Now, the first one he created, it was a. Let's see, what was it? What did it look? So he worked at an online service provider called CompuServe in the 80s, and he created the GIF. He created the format on, here it is. He created the format on his own in order to distribute high-quality, high-resolution graphics in color at a time when, according to The Verge, internet speeds were very slow. So it was hard to get things to look the color they were supposed to be. And he invented the GIF all by himself. He actually did that at home and brought it into work after he perfected it. He would figure out everything privately in his head and then go to town programming on a computer. The first GIF was a picture of an airplane.
Okay.
Now, his favorite GIF, he used to say, and this kind of detracts from this story, I think. Mr. Wilhite said, "My favorite GIF of all time is the dancing baby," which appeared in...
not the dancing baby. Boo, the dancing...
it is what it says, Gina. It's the dancing baby. Which first appeared in 1996 and became one of the first viral memes. There's Carrie.
That's my favorite one.
A GIF of a
cat.
Yeah.
It's the cat vibing to music. And there's a whole Twitter feed that they just put different songs to, and you can listen to it while he bobs his head to it.
NATO estimated on Wednesday that 7,000 to 15,000 Russian soldiers have been killed in 4 weeks of war in Ukraine, where fierce resistance from the country's defenders has denied Moscow the lightning victory that it sought. By way of comparison, Russia lost about 15,000 troops over 10 years in Afghanistan. A senior NATO military official said the alliance's estimate was based on information from Ukrainian authorities, and what Russia has released, intentionally or not, and intelligence gathered from open sources. The official spoke on condition of anonymity. Ukraine has released little information about its own military losses, and the West has not given an estimate, but President Zelensky said nearly 2 weeks ago that about 1,300 Ukrainian servicemen had been killed. The the number has gone up surely since then. President Biden is on a trip to Europe, and NATO has announced a doubling of military presence near Ukraine. And NATO said the alliance would help Ukraine prepare for possible chemical, biological, and even nuclear threats from Russian invaders. The announcement by Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, came just hours before President Biden landed in Europe for a strategy session with the NATO alliance. And it says here it's an extraordinary strategy session because NATO has been around so long, it's kind of just, it's sort of dormant. I mean, there is an organization there, but, they don't meet on a regular basis.
Well, there's not a lot, been a lot of problems.
Haven't had to.
So this is extraordinary. NATO, by the way, if you don't know, for just historically, it was created in 1949. It stands for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. There are several countries in this organization, and it was created to contain the Soviet Union after World War II.
Yeah, it was, World War II was bad. Let's not let that happen again.
Well, it was...
and here we are.
It was thank you, Russia, for helping us in World War II. Thank you for helping us defeat the Nazis. But that's as far as you go, okay? Yeah. Let's see. Let's move on to some other things. Salt Lake City has a sister city. The sister city programs, and it's common for cities to have cities that they call their sister city in other countries, and they do cultural exchanges and things like that. You know where Salt Lake City's sister city is?
I don't.
Ukraine.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Rachel Otto, Chief of Staff for Mayor Aaron Mendenhall, said that the mayor and city council offices have been in contact with sister city Chernivtsi, I think is how you say it, to see what they need and to see if Russian invaders have touched that city. Instead of sending supplies, Rachel Otto said, the most productive approach is to encourage people who want to help to take out their wallets for organizations that are trying to buy supplies for Ukraine. Well, this is bad news.
What's that?
Parents United, which has grown more vocal in Utah over the last year, is now launching a political action committee.
They shouldn't be called Parents United. They should be called Parents Teaching Their Kids to Hate.
They should be called Parents Divisive.
Yeah. Oh, that's better. I like that.
Yeah, they're launching a political action committee that will further expand its influence in education and allow it to finance political candidates and campaigns. Utah Parents United filed earlier this month with the state elections office to create the Utah Parents in Action PAC. It's a significant pivot for the organization. Nicole Mason, president of the group, said in a statement that the committee will be dedicated to promoting candidates who support parental rights in education.
Oh, you have them.
All right.
You already have them.
One of the senior Manhattan prosecutors,
yes,
who investigated Donald Trump, believed that the former president was guilty of, quote, numerous felony violations, at least 7 of them, I believe he said. And he also said it was a grave failure of justice to not hold Trump accountable for those violations. And with that, he resigned from the office. The prosecutor, Mark Pomerantz, submitted his resignation last month after the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg abruptly stopped pursuing an indictment of Donald Trump. Pomerantz is a prominent former federal prosecutor and a white-collar defense lawyer who came out of retirement to work on the Trump investigation. He resigned on the same day as Kerry Dunn, another senior prosecutor, leading the inquiry. So Kerry Dunn also has retired. Pomerantz's letter, obtained by the New York Times, offered a personal account of his decision to resign, and for the first time states explicitly his belief that the office could have convicted the former president, but Mr. Bragg's decision, he said, was contrary to the public interest. I got some bad news for you, Katie. It's bad news. Climate change is bad news for all of us.
Well, yeah.
But if you feel like your allergies are getting worse worse every time spring rolls around, do you? Are they getting worse every year?
Every time.
You're not crazy. Dr. Scott Taylor says he's an allergist with Intermountain Healthcare. He says we have seen a little bit of increase in allergies, and with some of the new data coming out showing that we are seeing an earlier pollen season. The pollen season lasts longer, and he says, so I attribute that to climate change. That's what we're seeing.
Great.
The United States could face up to 200% increase in total pollen this century.
I'm going to end up having my sexy voice all the time if that's the truth.
Gina, I'm sure you'll be excited to hear this.
What's that?
Beyond Meat is now making plant-based jerky.
Ooh.
Yeah. If you want to shift away from eating animals,
I don't.
I know you don't. But they make sausage, meatball, chicken, and now for the first time, Beyond Meat is looking to supplant your meat-based snacks by launching Beyond Meat Jerky. I'm just waiting until they get to the Beyond Meat Slim Jim before I...
Yeah, that's when you'll jump in.
And then one final story. This is for all of us, but I don't eat cereal, really. I hardly ever have cereal, breakfast cereal. I hardly ever have it.
I had it for lunch yesterday.
But a breakfast cereal that I really enjoy is Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Mm-hmm.
I have that in my cupboard right now.
Well, I'm coming over after the show for a bowl.
Okay.
But building on the success of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, their Cinnadust seasoning blend is what they call it. Cinnamon Toast Crunch Creamy Cinnamon Spread. It features the taste of cinnamon toast crunch with notes of brown sugar and graham flavor in a new spreadable format.
Yum.
By the way, you can buy you can just buy the Cinnamon Toast Crunch, what they call Cinnadust seasoning blend as well. So if you have a piece of toast with
Cinnamon
butter
toast.
on it, you can sprinkle that on your toast. And you can enjoy it on fruit, it says, and you can also use it in baked goods or as a dessert topping or as a floor cleaner, apparently. No, it's or you can just spoon it straight out of the jar, which is what I would do.
Exactly.
Have a spoon.
I wouldn't even wait with a spoon. I just get my finger in there and just...
All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Oh, you got your Sweet 16 games today. Arkansas and Gonzaga, that's at 5. Michigan and Villanova, 5:29. Well, how can you watch both of those? They're on at the same time. What?
You can't.
Texas Tech and Duke, and Houston and Arizona. And there's more games tomorrow. We won't talk about the Jazz game last night. Let's just pretend that didn't happen.
Who beat 'em?
And we'll look. Boston. It was pretty bad. But we'll look ahead to tomorrow. They play the Charlotte Hornets at 5 o'clock. Weather, even warmer than yesterday, 69 for a high today. We'll be in the mid-70s by tomorrow. This is all very strange. Don't worry, though. It's not just going to stick around. We'll be back to cooler temps and some rain starting off the week next week. But very, very warm weekend, it looks like. Traffic, let me refresh this. It's been a great morning so far. Let's see if it continues. It appears to be continuing. Yeah, I got to go to Ephraim to find an accident for you.
When are you leaving?
I'm just looking at the map, Bill.
Oh.
Yeah, things are looking good. Now, if they're not looking good where you are, you can certainly text it into us. 33986 is where you do that.
All right. Let's see. You can line up now to beat Gina. You might win Dave Chappelle tickets. 877-602-9696. You can call and line up. It's Godfather, the movie. Trivia coming up, so stand by for that. 877-602-9696. Geek News now brought to you by...
Dr. Volt's and the Nerd Store are stocked up. Drop by either store for The Court of Owls Year Zero or Long Halloween. If it's worth reading, it's in a comic.
They left out words in there. Stocked up for your post the Batman movie watching. Those are all Batman titles. So, all right, there you go. Let's see now. The big geek news that dropped late yesterday, was we've been talking about a live-action Voltron movie for a while. And it's kind of a project that's been kicking around Hollywood, well, forever, it seems. But there's finally a bidding war for the Voltron movie. Now, for those who don't know, Voltron. Gina, you're looking like you don't know.
I know Age of, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's what I know of that.
I can kind of picture Voltron.
Voltron, based on the Japanese sci-fi series Beast King Go Lion.
Okay.
Your direct translation.
Yeah.
It was a series as a syndicated show. Voltron, Defender of the Universe, ran in the mid-'80s. The premise centered on 5 young pilots in a battalion named the Robot Lions, because that's what each one of these 5 guys, and girls, they were in these Robot Lions.
Okay.
And then the Robot Lions would form up into a giant robot.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
So,
I got it.
They came together as Voltron. And it was an instant hit. Then it maintained a cult following in the decades since. DVD sales were in the hundreds of thousands. The show was rebooted for the Nicktoon in 2011, then Netflix in 2016. But there is now a bidding war because of the people who are involved in it. Rawson Marshall Thurber, he is the filmmaker behind Red Notice on Netflix. He is attached to co-write and direct the Voltron live-action feature. So multiple offers. We'll let you know as soon as the studio. It's just interesting that the studios are outbidding each other to try to get a Voltron live-action movie made. I just think that's fascinating. Speaking of Netflix, there is an incredible movie that I quite enjoyed called The Harder They Fall. It's on Netflix, and it's a Western.
Oh.
And the reason I liked it is because the guy who wrote it and directed it had a very unique style. Very unique writing style, very unique directing style. Great cast. But, and I said, when I saw this movie, I said, I will watch anything this guy directs.
Okay.
Well, lucky me, he picked a comic book property.
You could see it. You could see that possibility happening.
Yeah, when you watch this Western, you're like, this guy needs to direct a comic book movie. What it is it's 2 different comic books, both written by Mark Waid, and one is called Irredeemable. And it was a great comic book. It served as a deconstruction of superhero tropes. It told the story of how the world's greatest hero, the Plutonian, let's just call him Superman, snapped under the pressure of his responsibilities and charted a dark path to become the world's greatest supervillain, slaughtering millions in the process. Now, there was a spin-off series called Incorruptible, which had the supervillain, Max Damage, responding to the Plutonian's evil by gradually transforming himself into a superhero with the aim of stopping the Plutonian. It's a comic book that ran from 2009 to 2012, 37 issues. It was a very good comic book, and this guy who directed and wrote this, he's going to direct and write a comic book movie. I'm very happy about that. Let's see. If you liked Supernatural, you know who Misha Collins is. He's been to town a few times at FanX. He is going to be playing Harvey Dent on Gotham Knights, which means I may have to start watching a CW superhero show again. All right. Guess so. Oh, I know that Katie is a fan of the Addams Family, especially Wednesday Addams. You know, they're making this Wednesday Addams TV series on Netflix with Tim Burton.
It's not, is it an Addams Family?
The Addams Family series? Are in it. It focuses on Wednesday.
Okay.
Catherine Zeta-Jones is Morticia.
Oh, that's pretty good.
You'll even like the casting of Gomez even better. Luis Guzman.
Oh, perfect. That'll be funny.
He's Gomez. And so they're making it, it's centered on Wednesday Addams, but now Christina Ricci is joining the cast. Not as Wednesday, of course, but as another character on the show.
Okay, that's a difference that I thought I read earlier. Okay.
But Christina Ricci is coming back to that. And finally this is a show I will definitely watch. Variety reports that the Sci-Fi Channel has ordered 10 episodes of Reginald the Vampire. It's an adaptation of Johnny Truant's Fat Vampire books. Now, what it is it's the kid who plays Ned Leeds in the Spider-Man movies. You know, his man in the chair.
Yeah.
It's starring his name. Let's see, what's the actor's name here? Batalon is his last name. Jacob Batalon will star as the titular Reginald, a newly turned vampire who crashes into a world populated by beautiful, fit, and vain vampires. New on the scene, he has to overcome various barriers such as a bully of a boss, falling for a human girl that he can't have, and a vampire chieftain who wants him dead. Fortunately, Reginald discovers that he has a few powers of his own. Reginald the Vampire. I will watch the hell out of that. All right, traffic, please.
Well, automobile traffic looks okay, but I saw this from UTA. Expect major delays system-wide on tracks. Now, they've resolved a mechanical issue, but it was holding things up for a while, so it's going to take a while for everything to get back on time as the morning goes on. This was about 10 minutes ago. They tweeted that out, so I'll keep watching that for you this morning. As far as actual automobile traffic, everything looks pretty good. Unless you're seeing something not so good out there, you can certainly text it to us, 33986. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right, so we will take a break, but right after this, it's Beat Gina. The movie The Godfather is 50 years old, and we have Godfather Trivia. If you beat Gina at Godfather Trivia, you will win Dave Chappelle tickets. Are we serving those up in a X96 Radio from Hell mug? All right, we'll do that as well. So, 877-602-9696, KXRK Provo.
Hey, it's Marcy.
Claps. Claps. Spell it with me now. C-L-A-P-S. Claps. And now we'll use it in some dialogue, starring as our two Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand. We join the boys now at the Ward Cultural Hall as they take in a revival of the great theatrical production, Saturday's Warrior. As the show nears its climax, LeGrand R. Dunn becomes highly emotional. Again, the word is claps. Let's listen.
Oh, this is such an uplifting show, LeVar. And this is the most uplifting moment in the whole Saturday's Warrior production.
I have to admit, LeGrand, I too am stirred. That girl who plays Julie Flinders has a way about her. She's a nice-looking young woman. I am stirred.
Oh, she found her true spiritual mate. And they're going to have a wonderful life together, and they'll have a big brood of kids, too. No abortions for them. Oh, that evil Mac. That son of perdition, he'll never have influence on them.
A girl like that you wouldn't mind having an influence on, though.
I have never experienced a theatrical moment like this before, LeVar. I think I'm having some palpitations.
I, too, am experiencing some palpitations, LeGrand. I wonder if the girl playing Julie's single.
I'm feeling faint, LeVar.
LeGrand?
Everything's going to gray.
You okay?
I think I'm gonna collapse. Oh, I'm gonna collapse. Help! Catch me, LeVar. I'm gonna collapse.
LeGrand, get up. You're embarrassing me. Wake up. Oh, my heck, he's out cold. Somebody call a paramedic. Is there a doctor in the house? Anybody know CPR? My friend LeGrand said he's gonna collapse, and he did. He collapsed. Somebody help. Wake up. Wake up.
LeVar, get help. Don't let me pass through the veil to the other side.
Oh, you just fainted, puss boy.
And now, it's your chance to play along with our contestant and match wit with the one and only, how could there be another, Gina Barberi. Yes, it's Beat Gina, thrilled to this exciting contest as our very own Gun Mall tries to knock the stuffing out of a brave listener. And please now welcome our host, the host with the most. He's the game show world's Vito Corleone, here to make you an offer you can't refuse. Today, wearing a three-piece suit and a fedora from Gangster Haberdashers Incorporated, he's packing heat and won't hesitate to use his Roscoe. The godfather of the game show, Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
You outdo yourself every time with the introduction.
You're a Goomba, John.
Yes. All right.
I beg your pardon.
Well, we had full lines off the air. We tossed a coin to see who our contestant would be, and it came up Richard. Hi, Richard. Richard,
Oh,
honey.
hello there.
There you are.
There
Hi.
he is.
Richard, you are going to be playing Beat Gina. If you beat Gina at Godfather Trivia, you will get Dave Chappelle tickets served up in a Radio from Hell coffee mug. And that's a nice prize. But if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
So I'm going to make a donation to the YCC in Ogden, your community center, assisting women and families in Ogden, Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I like that. Thank you.
A lot of kids in there, too, yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Richard. All right. We will toss another coin now to see who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Richard, heads or tails? Call it.
Tails never fails.
All right. Coin toss app says tails. There it is.
Well, it never fails.
Hey.
He just said that.
So there you go. So that means you go first, Richard. This first question is for you to answer exclusively. And if you get the answer correct, it's multiple choice trivia, of course. If you get the answer correct, you will get the point. If you get it wrong, Gina will answer the question, and if she gets it correct, she steals your point away. We'll go back and forth with questions until somebody gets 3 points. All right, so once again,
Sounds good.
The Godfather, great movie, released on this day in 1972, the 50th anniversary. Here we go. The first question, Richard. Richard, what are the names of the 3 blood-related Corleone sons? Name of the 3 blood-related Corleone sons. Is it A, Leonardo, Donatello, and Michelangelo? Is it B, Fredo, Michael, and Santino? C, Kang, Koloth, and Kor? Or D, Cody, Jeff, and Chad?
The one with Fredo. Was that B?
The one
with
Fredo.
Fredo, Michael, and Santino? That is correct. All right.
One.
There you go. That's your first point.
Never go against the family, Fredo.
That's true.
It's 1-0 in Richard's favor, and now we move on to the Gun Mall.
All right, Gina?
Yeah.
Who is the only non-Sicilian in the Corleone family?
Okay.
1, non-Sicilian. Was it Cody Corleone, Jeff Corleone, Chad Corleone, or Tom Hagen?
Tom Hagen.
Tom Hagen is correct.
Well, it's tied. In this gripping contest, it's 1-1. Richard, you control the question.
Richard, let's see. Let's pick a good one here. Here we go. Richard, where does Vito Corleone die? I don't know if you need the hint, but Vito is Marlon Brando. He's the Godfather.
Terry, don't help him.
Oh.
Where do you not want the kids and women and children in Ogden to get help? That's all I can gather from that.
Please, Miss Barberi. It is not your place to criticize the host.
It is. As a game show host, I strive for impartiality. I'm sorry. Okay. Where does Vito Corleone die, Richard? Is it A, the balcony of Ford's Theater, B, in his tomato garden, C, in the Phantom Zone, or D, in his fortress/temple up the Nung River?
B.
Tomato garden.
That's right, Richard. It's 2-1 in this gripping contest. And now we go to Gina Barberi.
He choked on an orange peel, I believe.
Came out of his mouth to make his cheeks look bigger.
All right. Gina.
Yeah.
Michael gives Apollonia an engagement gift at her father's house. What is the gift? Is it A, a mixtape? B, a set of steak knives? C, the extra best thermos you can buy with vinyl and stripes and a cup built right in?
I don't understand that reference.
Or D, a gold necklace?
As much as I want to sing, I'm picking out a thermos for you. I believe it's D.
It is D, a gold necklace.
All right. It's tied. Now, Richard, you have a chance to win the game.
Richard?
With this question.
This question. Finish this line from the movie. Leave the gun, take the blank. Is it A, leave the gun, take the pen? B, leave the gun, take the long way home? C, leave the gun, take the cannoli? Or D, leave the gun, take the 8:15 into the city?
Or the midnight train to Georgia.
That would have
But
worked too. That would have worked.
I'm going to say the cannoli.
The cannoli.
Well,
The cannoli
Richard,
is
you
correct,
win the
yes.
game. We don't have to send anybody over to your house to beat you up. And you've won our fine prize. Tell him what he's won.
Dave Chappelle coming to Vivint Arena April 19th. You can get more information about that show at x96.com. And we're going to put those Dave Chappelle tickets inside of a Radio from Hell diner-style coffee mug.
Richard, congratulations, and we want you to hang on for a moment, and we'll get the information we need from you. All right?
Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me
Thanks,
listen.
Richard.
You're
Thanks for
welcome.
Information.
I'm out. Goodbye. I have some things I have to do.
You have game show business, Johnny?
Yes, I hate to tell you this, but I'm hosting another game show on the side.
Oh, I wouldn't be upset about that. Of course, I understand.
It's a minor league game show, and I'm hosting it. And I don't do it as well as you do, Carrie, but I'm learning.
Well, that's fine. You need to expand your horizons. You need to learn more about this game show industry that we are in.
Carrie, thank you for being understanding.
Of course.
I'm off.
Bye-bye, Johnny.
Bye.
Traitor, you're dead to me.
Man, I wonder what the game show is he's working on.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Huh.
You want to try another question, Gina?
Sure, yeah.
What does Michael drop whilst running to the phone box after his dad has been shot? What does he drop? Is it A, his newspaper? B, his Texas Instruments pocket calculator? C, the soap? Or D, the cannoli he was supposed to bring back to Clemenza.
Is it the newspaper?
The newspaper.
Oh.
And who becomes the head of the family at the end of the film? Is it A, Michael Corleone, B, Chad Corleone, C, Jeff Corleone, or D, Cody Corleone?
That's Michael, of course.
I didn't. So what's the thermos reference? It's from some movie, and I don't
Picking
know.
out a thermos for you.
What's it from?
The Jerk.
The Jerk.
Oh, I've seen it, but only once, and that's many, many, many years ago. So, see, unlike you
It's the
guys,
best
I don't
gift.
watch the same movies over and over and over and over again.
If they made me laugh once, I'll give it a go.
It made me laugh once, and that's enough. I'll move on to something else.
All right. Well, let's see. We do have boners round one coming up after these.
Indeed, we do. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number one, I'm the best drunk driver ever. Boner candidate number two, it's good to know that our legislators have a firm knowledge of America. And boner candidate number three, we don't want no people reading in our neighborhood.
Now, we do have, we do have Boner Fight coming up also on the way at 7:45. After we award round one of your boners, we want you to call in. It is the X poll. We're doing our 30th anniversary of X96, and lots of people have been reaching out to us and telling us I remember when you did this, or I remember when this happened with the 30 years of X96. And so we thought we'd open up the phones to you and do an X poll, your 30-year memories of X96.
Yeah, and if you don't call, I'm just going to read you the history of X96. I have this book here, and somebody wrote a whole history of X96.
It's a thesis.
Yeah. All right. Coming up. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, tracks, so they had these system-wide mechanical issues that have been resolved. However, they were having trouble for so long that they're still catching up. So the problem's resolved, but there are still delays system-wide. If tracks is part of your commute, just be aware of that. Other than that, things look good. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras. Not much to tell you about. No accidents, at least. There's a little bit of slowage southbound I-15 coming through Davis County through Farmington, it looks like, but I don't think that's accident-related. That's just morning traffic. And if you're seeing something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right, so we will take a break. We will be back with round one of your boners and stuff you need to know after these X96.
God. God. Spell it with me now. G-O-D. Like you wouldn't know that already. Anyway, we'll use the word God in a bit of conversation between our two Utah buddies, LeVar and LeGrand. The boys are at Lagoon attending LeGrand Ardun's family reunion. Again, the word is God.
Glad you could come to Lagoon for my family reunion, LeVar.
Well, it's nice of you to invite me, LeGrand. I don't have no family of my own. Come to think of it, I don't have a last name. The Dunn clan sure is numerous, though.
Well, it's fine old polygamous stock, LeVar.
Your granddad had more than one wife?
10. That ain't nothing. My actual dad, he had 3 wives, too.
Well, how come you never had more than one wife?
Well, I tried. Believe me, I tried. I wanted to marry more girls than Midge, but I just couldn't seem to interest none of them. Besides, Midge said she wasn't really for it. Said there wasn't enough man in me to go around, whatever that means.
Hey, listen, which ride you want to go on before the kids find us again?
Well, let's go on the Sky Ride from the north end of the park so as we can look down to Bountiful. I want to see if I can see the new temple up on the hill there.
You can see it for a long ways. I was driving down from Ogden, up there cruising for stuff at the DI. You know, that's a really good DI up there. Anywho, you can see that Bountiful temple from Cherry Hill on the old highway, but then you lose sight of it when you drop down here by Lagoon.
Well, I've actually drove up to it. Drove around that temple and such.
And how'd you get there?
Just drove down I-15 and then got off at the Bountiful exit and then headed east.
Just got off at the main Bountiful exit, huh?
Yep. Hey, you know what I need right now?
What's that?
Need me a slush puppy. It's god-awful hot out of here all of a sudden.
Sure has. Nothing will cool you off like a slush puppy.
They got all the flavors?
Yep, they got the blue, the red flavor, the green flavor, and the most cooling flavor of them all. Yeller.
Got 'em all, huh?
Got 'em all.
Let's see. Oh, it's the Pioneers of Alternative Weekend this weekend here on the radio, where Todd will be dusting off some CDs and putting them in the CD player. And
Todd's our program director, so he can play the music he wants. So the Pioneers of Alternative will be continuous Depeche Mode, I'm sure.
There'll be a little New Order thrown in there, I'm sure.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Oh, but if you'd like a lot of Depeche Mode, though, you can go to our HD2 channel. That's it's our commercial-free X96 Classic channel. It's all there. But that'll be happening all weekend long to help celebrate the 30th anniversary of X96. All right, time now for round one of your boners. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day, of course. It means that it's qualified to be boner of the day, because round 2 at 8:20, we'll do this again with 3 more candidates. Get another winner there. We'll take both winners, send them forward to Boner Fight. 9:20 this morning is when you will vote for Boner of the Day between those 2 champions. So we got to send one of these 3 forward. Let's get to it. 2 candidates now, a third coming up in a bit. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Well, let me tell you what you'll win, and then I have one other thing quickly. You will win tickets to see The Cult at the Complex on May 7th. You can get more information about that at x96.com. Okay. And I see people starting to text in your X96 memories. We're going to lose those because boner voting is going to happen. So don't text in memories right now. Yeah. You can go to our Facebook page if you want to write them out real quick. You can go there, or you can email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com, or if you just hold on until after the boners, because if you're texting in now, we're not going to.
The way our texting works is that as they come in, they just disappear off the screen.
Yeah, so hold on to that till after you vote for your boner.
We're talking to you, Matt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. I'm the best drunk driver ever. In January, she tweeted, "If you ask me, I'm the best drunk driver ever." And on Tuesday, 21-year-old Jana Tanae Webb was charged for allegedly running over and killing 2 state troopers and a civilian after being pulled over for a DUI. Ms. Webb has been charged with 3 counts of third-degree murder, homicide by vehicle, and a battery of DUI-related charges. The fatal incident began when Webb was pulled over by 2 state troopers, Martin F. Mack and Brandon T. Siska. They were suspicious that she was driving under the influence. Officers Mack and Siska let Webb go without any recourse when they were called away to attend to a man walking on the interstate. So they, even though they suspected her of drunk driving, they said, "We've got to go to this call," and they took off. They were 2 miles down the interstate, and they were assisting the man, 28-year-old Reyes Rivera Oliveras, who was in fact walking down the interstate. And the cops were helping him when Ms. Webb reappeared, tried to speed past the scene, but rammed her car into the police SUV, and all 3 men were killed, authorities said. According to police, Webb hit the SUV so hard that both doors on the driver's side detached from the car and ejected the 3 men from the car into the opposite lanes of traffic, where they died despite attempts by others on the interstate to perform CPR. Her blood alcohol level was twice the legal limit. I'm the best drunk driver ever. Not so much. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. You know, it's good to know that our legislators have a really firm knowledge of America and how it works, how it was founded. Senator Marsha Blackburn, who gave a Republican from Tennessee, who hit all of the Republican talking points on the Judiciary Committee a couple of days ago when she was allegedly questioning the Supreme Court nominee. But she wasn't really questioning the Supreme Court nominee. She was just speaking and making sure that all of the Republican right-wing Republican talking points
Where's
were.
the camera?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
I'm
she-
giving all the...
So she did all of that, and she tried to cite the U.S. Constitution on Twitter on Wednesday. Here's what her tweet said. She was talking about abortion. The Constitution grants us rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, not abortions. There is a problem there. The problem being that line, a very iconic line, the right to pursue the life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, that line is not in the Constitution of the United States at all.
Nope.
It's in the Declaration of Independence, Ms. Blackburn. I don't understand why you don't know that.
Well, she doesn't need to. It's all about performative theater with these people. It's about fundraising and performative theater and outraging the base.
Her tweet was so stupid. There was one benefit. The Declaration of Independence started a trend on Twitter.
Oh,
people
I'm
wanting
surprised
to.
she didn't take it down. I'm surprised she didn't go, oh,
delete
oops,
it.
I'm wrong.
She is not smart enough to do that.
I guess.
Boner candidate number 1. It's good to know that our legislators have a firm knowledge of America. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. We don't want no people reading in our neighborhood.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after we learn a few things. What do we got?
You know who's really pretty? Ana de Armas.
She is very pretty.
She was Ben Affleck's arm candy for a bit.
Yes.
You know who else is pretty? Pikachu. I don't know. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
So if you want to see Ana de Armas in something, and apparently you'll see a lot of her, she's playing Marilyn Monroe in a biopic on Netflix, and this production will be rated NC-17.
Oh.
She's portraying Marilyn Monroe. It's called Blonde, I believe. She will get a controversial, or the movie will get a controversial NC-17 rating, the first for a Netflix original film. The rating is due to, quote, some sexual content. Blonde has been on the back burner for a while after production was completed in 2019. That's a while ago. After countless delays, Netflix finally picked up the movie. It'll be the first of their original films to get that NC-17 stamp, though the streaming service does have a select few international titles that have that rating, but they're not available in America, apparently. It's interesting that Netflix has, they're in lots of countries, and they have different programming for different countries.
Yeah.
The film stars Ana de Armas as Marilyn Monroe, directed by Andrew Dominic. The movie allegedly goes in depth on her life, though the work is intended to be a fictional account. The director told Screen Daily that the film was demanding, but it had to be NC-17 because, well, that's what you want, right? You want to go see an NC-17 version of Marilyn Monroe's story, he said.
Who are you talking to?
Yeah. And then he said, and if the audience doesn't like it, well, that's the effing audience's problem, okay?
All right.
And
a little aggressive.
Yeah.
And I want to mention this just because I love this movie. And this is a movie I want to see again. I have only seen it once, and I don't generally rewatch movies, but it's Hell or High Water.
I like that movie, too.
Written by Tyler Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan, who does Yellowstone in 1883. They're going to release Hell or High Water with a 4K Ultra HD Blu-ray and digital steelbook format on May 17th. It's going to cost $30, $28, something like that. Hell or High Water was originally released in 2016 at the Cannes Film Festival. It's a movie set in West Texas following the story of two brothers Toby and Tanner Howard, who rob a bunch of banks in Texas in order to pay off their mortgage, or their mother's mortgage essentially, and avoid foreclosure on their ranch after their mother's death. Though they don't know it yet, 2 Texas Rangers are hot on their trail as they travel between Texas and Oklahoma to rob these banks. It's also got, so the characters are Ben Foster and Chris Pine are the 2 brothers. And Chris Pine is really good. Well, so's Ben Foster. Man, he's great. Chris Pine is really good. He's so skinny, you can't believe it. I think he must have intentionally lost weight for the role. And then tracking them are Jeff Bridges as an old Texas Ranger and his native partner, who they have an odd relationship, Jeff Bridges and his Native American partner. They're Texas Rangers. So if you have a chance to see it or buy this CD, Hell or High Water, it's great. Let's see. Now the airlines are petitioning President Biden to end mask mandates on air travel.
No.
The CEOs of 10 airlines and cargo carriers have signed a letter to Biden saying he should end the transportation mask mandate and also end testing requirements for international travelers. In a new letter, industry group Airlines for America wrote, now is the time for the administration to sunset federal transportation travel restrictions, including international pre-departure testing requirements and the federal mask mandate that are no longer aligned with the realities of the current epidemiological environment. Alaska Airlines, America Airlines, Atlas Air, Delta, FedEx, Express, Hawaiian, JetBlue, so all the majors, United, they've all.
They're just tired of arguing with people. That's what this is.
Yeah.
If people would just quit being jerks.
The Utah Department of Health on Wednesday reported 119 new COVID cases since the day before. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I don't see what the deaths were. It doesn't. 4 new deaths were reported yesterday. And apparently a squirrel was cause of power outage. I don't have that story. What do you know about that, Gina, other than it was just a squirrel? Gina's power went out yesterday right after the show.
It was before the show was done.
Oh, that's right, a couple minutes before.
There were over 6,000 customers without power yesterday starting. It was like about 9:50 is when it happened. And it says animal interference caused it was a squirrel. Those damn squirrels are everywhere, and they're causing trouble.
The only thing good about this story is that the squirrel is dead.
Yeah, that's what they said. The squirrel is no longer with us.
1 month after 4 women filed a complaint against a Provo OBGYN they claim that he sexually assaulted them. Dozens of other women have now joined the lawsuit, saying they had similar experiences. The complaint alleges that Dr. David H. Broadbent, who has owned a private practice in Provo since the 80s, used his position to take advantage of his patients, and it's probably dozens and dozens of them as that case goes forward. Oh, everybody in Utah is excited. Utah government, they're excited. The Outdoor Retailers Show is coming back to Salt Lake.
Thank you, Mayor Mendenhall.
It is a big deal, and it's good for the city and good for the state. And Erin Mendenhall had a great deal to do with it because, she's smart and she's also extremely persuasive and charming. And
and she said, the state not doing so great, but look at all the great things that the city of Salt Lake City is doing for the environment and the things that mean a lot to the folks involved with outdoor retailers. She's like, don't take it out on Salt Lake City when the rest of the state isn't doing it.
And she's absolutely right. The people who run the state have not changed. They want to carve up the landscape and drill.
Yep.
But Erin Mendenhall was able to point out that Salt Lake City is not the state of Utah. It's its own little island in a way. And finally, this story. Jeff Bezos has been using his money to go into outer space and take William Shatner with him. As far as we know, that's all he's using his money for these days. Oh, no, there's another thing. He has built a yacht in the Netherlands somewhere that is so large that when they're going to have to sail it down to the ocean, and it's so large, there's an ancient bridge in this town in the Netherlands that they're going to have to take the bridge apart to do it. And anyway, so he's used his money for that yacht. But his ex-wife, Mackenzie Scott, she said Wednesday that she has donated more than $3.8 billion. That's $3.8 billion to 465 different organizations since June. In a post on Medium, Scott said her team's focus in the past 9 months continued to be helping underrepresented people from various backgrounds and communities. The billionaire philanthropist gave money to Planned Parenthood locations across the U.S., as well as organizations helping at-risk children, minorities, refugees, rural health access. Now, the right-wing pundits would say probably, well, she's just trying to assuage her guilt.
For what?
For being a part of this Amazon industrial that's responsible for for that kind of thing. She feels guilty about it. That's why and if that's the case, I'm fine with it. If you feel guilty,
I think it's like I think she's like, I have more money than I could ever do anything with. I'm going to help as many people as I can with it. That's
exactly.
Well, I think it's guilt. But you know what she should do with the money? She should really buy this Chinese tea called Glass Belly. It's because it costs $184,000 a kilo.
Wow.
It's tea.
Yeah, it's tea. It's it's from Glass Belly Tea Lab.
That better be some damn good tea.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what that tea would be good enough to.
It's called Full Blossom Rogui tea, and it's apparently really rare and really good.
It's not that good.
Well,
I haven't had it. There's no way it's that good.
You know what, Gina? Nobody would allow you to have it because you wouldn't appreciate it.
You could consume that was $100,000 that tastes $100,000.
Oh, I can.
I'd just ruin it because I put milk and sugar in my tea.
Oh.
So I just ruin it.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Weather traffic.
Well, it'll be a sunny, warm, June-like day on this March 24th. 69 for a high today. Tomorrow, 76. Saturday and Sunday, we will be above 80. And you think, wow, I guess that's it for spring. No, it'll come back. We've got some showers first part of the week and things cool off a little bit. But very, very warm for your weekend. Your commute this morning, overall, pretty good drive. A few brake lights in typical areas on I-15 and Boehner Highway, but no excessive delays and no accidents to report so far. That's great news. Tracks had some earlier issues this morning, some mechanical issues, which they have cleared up, and they're slowly getting caught up and going to be on time. Oh, now we have something somebody sent in via text. I appreciate it when you let us know what you're seeing out there. 3-car wreck, 1400 North overpass over I-15 in Springville. Friend of the program says also stalled car northbound on-ramp I-15 at 114th South. Where would I be without you, friends of the program, letting me know what you're seeing out there? They text that in at 33986. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily on a pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think forever warranty, think Tim Daly.
By the way, that tea, it grows only on rocks on a certain mountain in China. It's known as rock tea, and there are sort of several varieties of rock tea, but it only grows in this one specific place in China.
I like my rock tea with my stone soup.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. We don't want no people reading in our neighborhood. On Friday evening, Joyce Kincaid was watching the Utah Jazz face off against the Los Angeles Clippers.
Okay.
And she heard it. It sounded like a sonic boom, she said. People heard it all over the neighborhood. This is in the Utah County neighborhood of Hyde Park. I think that's a suburb kind of Provo. The next day, after this boom, chatter on a neighborhood app used by people in the community, Kincaid found the nearby little free library that she had stewarded over several years had been blown up. Now, you've seen them. There's one in there are two in my neighborhood, or used to be.
We've got them.
People set up these little boxes and they put books, and people exchange books for free in these little libraries. Kind of a cool thing. I've done it a couple of times. And she says, I feel like I got gut punched. I've done this for several years. I've had this little library. North Park Police Chief Ulysses Black said the incident was under investigation, agreed that the book exchange appeared to have been blowed up. Black said police received a call on Friday regarding the explosion. At that time, the officers couldn't locate the exact location, but it was heard from a distance. And then the following morning, officers looked around. They found this little library. Somebody blowed it up. They don't know who, but we don't want no people reading in our neighborhood.
Books have been demonized now, so yeah. All right, there's your candidate number 3. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, you'll recall, was, I'm the best drunk driver ever. Not so much, ma'am. She was pulled over for a DUI and ends up a few minutes later running over and killing 3 people. Boner candidate number 2, it's good to know that our legislators have a firm grip on a firm knowledge of America and how it was founded. Marsha Blackburn, Republican senator from Tennessee, tried to cite the U.S. Constitution on Twitter on Tuesday, saying the Constitution grants us rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. No, it doesn't. The Declaration of Independence does. And Boner candidate number 3, we don't want no people reading in our neighborhood.
Okay, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? If it wins here, it secures a spot in Boner Dome. Then round 2 comes up at 8:20 this morning with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll send both winners to Boner Dome. You'll vote for Boner of the Day at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now we got to send one of these 3 candidates forward. Let's begin the process. This is round 1. So remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, 1, 2, or 3, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 24, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. Don't forget, as soon as we award round 1, we got the X poll. Your memories of 30 years of X96 coming up. Let's go. All right. Gina, you've had a question?
Oh, I thought Bill had a story, but
I do, but go ahead and ask your question, and then maybe I'll do my story.
My husband does most of the shopping, and he came home with this yesterday.
Okay.
And you guys may know, or I'm hoping friends of the program may know, at x96.com/live, he bought something called banana sauce. Have you guys ever heard of banana sauce?
You put that on your banana. He's gonna surprise you later on. You should have been snooping in the groceries.
But so it's clearly not made from bananas because it's red. So it's not like mushed up bananas.
That doesn't mean it's not made from bananas.
Well, what do the ingredients say?
Let's see. Ingredients: water, sugar, banana. Oh, it is.
Yeah. So,
but it's red. Let's keep going.
There's Gina once again, the inquiring mind.
Well, it can't be a banana.
Does this look like it's made from bananas? It doesn't.
It's got a picture of bananas on the label, and then I would go, I wonder what the ingredients are. Oh, bananas.
Vinegar, salt, onion, chili, garlic.
So it's like a sweet,
it's just a
chili, sweet and spicy kind of sauce for your whatevers.
Yeah, what do you put it on? What do you do with this?
Whatever you want.
You could put it on rice. You could put
ice
it
cream.
On,
that's fine.
Noodles.
It's just a tangy accompaniment, sweetened. Yeah, probably it's a little sweet and tangy, and sounds good.
It's a product of the Philippines.
He probably saw it and thought, I'd like to try that.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, well, that doesn't look like bananas. So, you married a man with an inquiring mind so that you didn't have to have one.
Yeah, I don't know that I will ever consume banana sauce.
Here's an odd story for you.
Okay, 7:47. Get ready for our X poll. Start calling now because the phone lines are free from boner voting.
Okay.
877-602-9696. The subject will be your memories, good, bad, or indifferent, about the 30 years of X96 coming up.
I was looking at the history of this. I got a whole book that's the history of it.
But right now, let's award round one of your boners.
Yes, indeed. And it's brought to you in part by Vietnamese dish that it's beef, it's almost like candy. Oh, my God, it was good.
Bill, you'd think after 30-plus years of radio, you'd know you shouldn't do it with a toothpick in your mouth.
I'm sorry.
And Feldman's Deli, I think they have toothpicks there, too. They put them in the sandwiches.
Probably, yeah.
They want to thank their customers for their generous support during challenging times that we're having now. They're open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. For more information, go to feldmansdeli.com.
All right, boner candidate number one was, I am the best drunk driver ever. She bragged about that to the police, or I guess it was on her Facebook. Anyway, she bragged about it, and then she got pulled over for a DUI, and then this woman ended up being responsible for the deaths of 3 people as a result of her drunkenness. Really not the best drunk driver ever, if there is such a thing. Boner candidate number 2, good to know that our legislators have a firm grip, a firm knowledge on their knowledge of America. And this Marsha Blackburn, thinking that the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that guarantee is in the Constitution. That's really not, Marsha. It's in the Declaration of Independence. You should have learned that at least in high school, if not earlier. And boner candidate number 3, we don't want no reading in our neighborhood. Little neighborhood down in Provo, somebody blew up the little free library there. Carrie won tickets to see The Cult. Maybe it was my friend Kari. And number 2, Marsha Blackburn, got nearly 100 votes.
Wow.
But it wasn't quite enough. With 111 votes to beat number 1. I'm the best drunk driver ever.
Well, people died in that one. That's
yeah.
As much as you hate Marsha Blackburn, that's
I don't
a
think
worse
you need.
one.
I don't think you need to explain that, Gina. It's pretty clear.
There it is, your winner of round 1. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. It might be Boner of the Day. We'll see. Round 2 coming up at 8:20. 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. Send both winners forward to Boner Fight. One of them will be Boner of the Day, and you'll vote at 9:20 this morning. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yeah, X96 presents Pioneers of Alternative Weekend. It starts Friday at noon with Marcy. Of course, we're celebrating our 30th anniversary, and we're going to be playing songs from The Smiths to System of a Down, Depeche Mode to the White Stripes, Nirvana to Fall Out Boy, everything in between. You get the idea. That all starts on Friday, but you can start celebrating with us right now doing the X poll.
The X poll is simple. We just want to hear about your memories and thoughts about the history of X96. We've been on the air for 30 years now. The original founder and owner of X96, Jim Facer, said this in 1994. It was extremely arrogant that we here at X96 thought we could actually create a radio station out of the ashes, but there isn't anyone that worked here or works here that didn't think we could pull it off. That's true. So what memories do you have of all of that? The earlier, the better, I guess. But I don't know. Even
anything.
Yeah, anything. But even a year ago, maybe, or whatever.
Well, it was the. I want to go back to that email that we got because we played Soup Dragons for the opening number the other day.
Let me find that.
A guy wrote in and said, I remember when you started playing that song. It was the Soup Dragons' Divine Thing. Not Divine Thing. No, it was Divine Thing's my favorite. I'm Free. We played it, and then we said, that's a Rolling Stone. We were on the air, and we said, that's a Rolling Stones song, and we played the Rolling Stones song so people could hear it. And for some reason, he was just outraged that we did that and was angry at us for how long.
a long time until he realized, hey, wait a minute, I'm being a dick.
I mean, he held a grudge for 25 years or something like that. And then he went, oh, why did I do that?
We've got some texts coming in at 33986. I was in 7th grade. I walked to school one day in a big snowstorm. I didn't know school was canceled. My brother told me I should have been listening to you guys, and I would have known. I'm 43 now and been listening ever since.
Wow. This is an email that says, I was on the threshold of adolescence and had naturally heightened fears of what people thought of me. I grew up with music, and I really loved X96. One night, Sean Boy Walton was giving a prize away to caller number 9 while voting on 3 songs to continue playing on the station. To my surprise, I was the 9th caller. The gift was a steak burger from Carl's Jr. Sean Boy was having a good time poking fun at me, as I had almost no idea of what I was saying on the phone due to my excitement. He asked, have you ever had a steak burger? And I said, no. So, do you like putting meat in your mouth? He said. Yeah, I love meat in my mouth, I said. Well, I hear these sandwiches are pretty huge. There's a lot of meat for your mouth. And I said, that's no problem. I love meat, and I'll be able to handle it. And then he said he went to school the next day, and his friends had heard this on the radio, and he was a hero.
He was a hero?
Yeah. They thought, actually, they teased him. But they thought it was pretty great.
I would have thought he would forever be the meat in your mouth guy, but there you go. Let's get Kevin on the phone real quick, and then we'll take a break and get some more calls at 877-602-9696. Kevin?
Hello.
Hey.
So this is probably right about the beginning. I was about 11 years old. I think it was 92. My older brother, he caught me listening to like one of those teeny bopper stations like you do when you're 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he made me call into you guys in the morning and so that he could make fun of me and you guys could make fun of me.
Yeah.
Bill, you asked me if I was still in school, and I said yeah, and then you asked if I was on Scholar Copenhagen or not.
Scholar Copenhagen. What's your brand? 11-year-old kid.
Did you know what I was talking about?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I grew up in Kearns, so.
Then they start early there.
Yep. Yeah, that was also the year my brother went on a mission, and the whole summer we just followed around Bessie the milk beast.
Cool.
Getting free milk. So that was fun.
Yeah. Right. Well, thanks for checking in.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, our phone lines are open. Go ahead and call 877-602-9696. If you have a text it to 33986, unless it's a novel.
And you can email it, yeah.
Well, you could email it or go to our Facebook page. But, it's 30 years of X96. Let us know. It is the X-Poll. Traffic, Gina, please.
So crash on Redwood Road has it closed. All southbound lanes at Indiana Avenue, that's about 9th South. All traffic is being diverted. Use an alternate route when you're heading toward California Avenue. Looks like that's the only accident this morning. Unless you're seeing something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. Yes, the X-Poll continues coming up after these. Stand by for that. UtahAdvocates.com.
Where would we be without the advocates, really? They have helped people at our radio station who have been in accidents. Gina was just talking in the traffic. People are in accidents. So if you think if you're pretty sure it's not your fault, you should call the advocates, 801-355-5550. They can determine that on the phone and whether you have a case or not, and then they'll take over and do all the work for you so that you can just focus on getting better if you've been injured. They're terrific. They really are. Katie can attest to that.
Yeah, she's used them a couple of times. They have a social media as well. You should follow them because they do at least one giveaway each month. They partner with local businesses for their giveaways when they can.
Yeah. You may not need them now, but when you do, you should know. The advocates will be there for you. Call 801-355-5550. They don't charge anything unless they get you a settlement. You can also make an appointment online, UtahAdvocates.com.
Friday at noon, join X96 as we continue to sell.
Organ. Spell it with me now, O-R-G-A-N. And now we'll use it in some dialogue. Here they are, then, our two Utah men, Elder LeGrand R. Dunn, Jr., and his disreputable friend, LeVar. Again, the word is organ.
Thanks for joining me here to the hospital and keeping me company, LeVar. Brother Jensen from my ward is having his prostate tuned up, and we're taking turns waiting at the hospital for word. He hasn't got any kin or nothing, so the elders' quorum is helping out.
Least I can do, LeGrand. You've always been a good friend to me, so I thought I could just keep you from getting bored. Hospitals give me the willies, though.
Ooh, yeah, not the best place to be spending the day, but Elder Jensen needs our support. I always give blood, too, just as long as I'm here.
They don't let me donate blood, you know, because of that unfortunate dose of hepatitis I had a few years back.
I remember. You were as yellow as a lemon for about a month.
That's right.
Looked like one of them Simpsons cartoon characters.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, hand me that People magazine there, would you?
This one here with Mickey Mantle on the cover?
Yeah.
Too bad about the Mick kicking off like that right after a liver transplant.
Well, he abused himself, LeVar. Smoking and drinking. You should take a listen.
You know, my cousin up in Portland had to get a transplant. He's doing fine. That was a couple of years ago.
Oh, I didn't know you had kin up to Portland in the Northwest there.
Oh, yeah. My entire family comes from Oregon. We got started in Eugene, Oregon, but then moved to Portland, Oregon when I was just a shaver.
Well, how come you moved to Portland? Your dad get a better job?
Nah, we moved to be closer to Mom after she was committed to the Oregon State Mental Hospital just outside of Portland. Turned out okay, though, because the welfare office in Portland was open on Saturday.
By the way, LeVar, what kind of transplant did your cousin get up there in Oregon?
Hair plugs. Got himself a hair transplant.
Well, that's real serious surgery.
Hey, now don't you go making light of that. Them things can get infected.
All right, the X poll. Just memories of X96. Like this one, very quick email. I can't call in, but I remember when I was a Cub Scout in the mid-'90s listening to Radio from Hell one morning as we were driving out to the National Boy Scout Jamboree in Camas. Gina was talking about the pencil test to determine perkiness. We were in a suburban full of elementary school-age Cub Scouts, and we were laughing our asses off.
I don't remember the perky.
Pencil? The eraser, the pencil, the eraser, and equivalent to the...
okay.
To a nipple. To the nipple.
Well, you didn't have... Why did you have to say...
Because we said it that day. We were talking about nipples.
Okay. Let's go to April first. Hello, April. Welcome to the X poll.
Hello.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi. So my memory is back when my sister and I were in high school. It would have been about 97, 98. We were calling into the radio show, and while she was on hold, my sister's eating little baby carrots. And when you guys picked up, she got so startled that she started choking on the carrot. She's coughing.
Mm-hmm.
And Carrie is like, what have you been smoking? She's like, I'm choking on a carrot. He's like, oh, that's what they're calling them nowadays, carrots. And she got embarrassed and hung up. He's like, we may witness a death. Oh, no, where'd you go? See, that's what happens, kids. You start smoking, carrots when you're younger, and next thing you know, it's gone.
Who knew carrots were a gateway drug?
I know, right? Yeah.
Is she okay now? Is your sister okay now?
She survived?
Oh, yeah. She's
Okay,
absolutely fine.
Okay.
good.
Thanks for that.
Thank you, April. She's fine.
Thank you.
She's just fine. Let's go to Susan. Hello, Susan.
Hi. My memory's pretty old. It was before Gina. It might be KJQ memory, actually. But and I don't know if you guys remember this. You did like a European scavenger hunt, and I really wanted to go to Europe. And so every day you would announce an item, and you had to have a suitcase, and it was weird stuff like French toast. And so I had all these items, and then on your final day, you announced. I had my suitcase ready. I was by the radio because I knew I was going to have to jump in the car and run up to the studio. And the item was a videotape of the French Connection. So I raced to Blockbuster to get the French Connection. I threw it in my suitcase. I jumped in my car. I was like the French Connection. I was driving so fast, and I think your studio was in the north, maybe like Bountiful or something. And I raced in with my suitcase, and I could see through the window, and there was a guy ahead of me, and you guys were looking through all of his items, and I started to leave, and they said, no, wait, he might not have all the items, and he had all the items, and so I came in second place, but you did give me an Alice in Chains tape. So that was the second place.
The other guy won a trip to Europe. You got a tape. Well,
yep, that's right.
Thanks for checking in with us and telling us that
Susan.
story.
Thank you.
Here's a good text. I don't remember this. I remember Nick Clooney on the show. Now, Nick Clooney is George Clooney's dad. Now, I remember him being on the show because he was the very first anchor at Fox here in Salt Lake.
Fox 13 or 20.
And this says, I remember Nick Clooney on the show, and you asked him what song, if he had a song request.
Yeah.
And he wanted to hear Belly of the Whale.
Yeah.
How did Nick Clooney know that?
I think we coached him.
Oh,
I
don't know.
I don't recall.
I think I recall that we coached. It'd be funny if you said Belly of the Whale, and we'll play that.
Let's see. My biggest memory was when you came back on the air the day that marriage equality was legalized nationwide. We were on vacation.
Yeah.
I was in California.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, Gina and I ran down to the studio, and Carrie was on the phone.
Well, I got into a studio that had.
That's right.
Angel helped you.
Yeah, Angel Martinez got me into a studio in beautiful downtown Burbank. I can't remember the station now. It was a sports station. But we were able to do that on our vacation. Let's go to Carol.
Hi, Carol.
Hey.
Hi.
Go ahead.
So I've been listening to you guys for years. I've actually met you in person a couple times. I went out with Artie Fuskin a couple times.
I'm sorry.
And Bill. No, he was awesome. And Bill, you gave me some Olympic pins. Okay. And I remember that Gina was so cool because she was talking about her little boy, Muhammad. And then the next thing I know, you guys are buying a car. And he's married.
Festus.
That's Festus.
Muhammad's still little. That's Festus.
And I won a trip to Mexico from you guys. Cancun. And also, I was one of the 6 people to be in the 2002. You know how you went? No, not 2002. You guys went to Australia.
Yeah.
And I was one of the people, and a guy from my office won.
And, so you went to Australia too?
No.
No?
The guy in my office did.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
Well, I'm sorry.
And, yeah, and you guys used to play Jane's Addiction and Shake Hands with Beef, and you guys played all kinds of stuff that I used to love, and I have loved listening to you guys for years.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for doing it.
We're listening all
And
weekend.
tell Artie.
I was going to say listen all weekend because we're going to go some deep cuts this weekend for the Pioneers.
We gotta go to another call.
Thanks,
Carol. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, let's go to Heather on the phone now. Heather.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for letting me listen.
You're welcome.
I've been listening to you guys since I was in high school with KJQ, and then when X96 started, you guys, you remember the little studio down there in the middle of the field down in Provo was like 3 houses away from you guys. So I used to remember Bill and his little Mazda Miata, and way back. But then remember when you guys used to do stuff. When I was an adult, you guys used to do stuff. Gina came around to different offices and businesses with the real Santa Claus.
Oh yeah,
you guys remember that?
Yes, I do. He was a very handsome man of color, as I recall.
Yes,
exactly.
The radio from Hell
But you guys
Santa.
never said anything.
No.
You never said anything. It was on the radio. It was just it was the real Santa, and we didn't know until he came to my office and was like, "Oh hi."
Who was that? I can't remember who the guy was.
Oh,
he was really good-looking guy. And,
good-looking guy, good Santa. Too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well,
for sure. But so I go way back.
That's a great memory. I'd forgotten that myself.
Thanks, Heather.
The radio.
Got any more there?
Radio from Hell Santa.
I want to chip in just because.
Yes, Katie.
Being the producer is not what I ever thought I would be here, but I was listening to you guys when I was in elementary school. I was a kid, way young, and I looked at my mom and I was like, I want to be what they do. I want to be a host. I want to be on the radio. And she's like, okay, honey, you can do that someday. And I worked really hard, and I started in college, and now I produce for you guys. And so it's a dream come true. So
there you go.
Thanks
I like
for that.
story. Thanks, Katie.
Let's see. Who remembers the Radio from Hell mascot from a few months back in the mid-'90s? Brownie? Something like that? Well, you're thinking of Fudgy.
Fudgy,
the Radio from Hell Fudge Boy. He was made of rich chocolatey fudge.
Yes.
Oh, I'm Fudgy, the Radio from Hell Fudge Boy.
Yeah, he was our mascot.
He was our mascot for a brief period of time until I think we killed him.
We ate him, Carrie.
Oh yeah, that's right. We ate
Well,
him.
he's made of rich chocolatey fudge.
Delicious.
Who did we have on the line? Kathy is on the phone. Kathy, go ahead, Kathy.
Yes. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So mine isn't one specific memory. It's a collective memory from years and years of listening. And I am a nurse, and I work a lot of night shifts. And the shift ends at 7, and we give report, and we're theoretically supposed to get out by 7:30, which is when the boner candidate starts. And so I always try to, get out to my car as fast as I can and start it. And I always have my radio station on X96. And so I always love it when I get out on time, but that rarely happens. But I always have appreciated that because it helps me stay awake on my drive home and be entertaining because it's just been it's been a very challenging couple years.
Yeah.
And it's just been wonderful to, run out to my car and then sometimes I don't make it until you're recapping.
Yeah,
So
I'm glad we can help. Thanks for calling us.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks.
See you later, Kathy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's see. I remember the antenna balls and all the pleas from the DJs afterward to stop stealing the antenna balls.
Ball jacking was the official term.
Yeah.
People were ball jacking.
Yeah.
Because, yes?
I'd like to point something out here. And we have another call, 877-602-9696.
We're running out of time. So
here's what I would like to point out. Statistics show that women don't listen to this show.
No.
Oh, that's right. The men are gone. Oh, so it just proved it out. I thought it was. No, you're right.
Yeah.
Statistics are saying that men don't listen to our show. There's proof right there that it's right. Yeah.
Because of my religious upbringing, I thought your station was too heavy metal. Then I became a teenager and fell in love with all of it. Let's see. One Christmas, the only thing I asked for was the X96 Word Cookbook. I got it and still use it today.
That was the only thing you asked for Christmas.
I've got a lot of emails here from people who are out of state, who have listened to us in several different states and taken us with them wherever they go.
We should do something with those letters.
We've got a ton of texts coming in, and we're out of time.
You know, you can move your comments to Facebook. We have a Facebook post up, Radio from Hell Facebook page, and I think the X96 page too, where you can share your X96 Radio from Hell memories there. Because if you text them into us now, they get lost. But maybe pivot over there and enter them there.
You know, we should do this again so that, now I've got egg on my face because of that statistic comment. So we should do this again, and only men should call to prove that we do have men listeners.
Guys. Maybe we'll do a guys only expo.
Hey, guys.
Coming up. All right, traffic, please.
A crash on Redwood Road is closed. All southbound lanes at Indiana Avenue, that's about 9th South. All traffic is being diverted. Use alternate route getting toward California Avenue. Crash northbound I-15 near the 215 interchange in Murray. Vehicles are partially blocking the left HOV lane and shoulder, and delays are backing up into Sandy. And looks like that's about it. If you see something, you can text it to us, though, 33986.
Boners round 2. Here are the candidates. Number 1, I had some emergency testing that was an emergency right then. That doesn't make any sense, does it? No. I know what it is. It's, I had some emergency testing because that was an emergency right then. In Flint, number 2, in Flint, we settle disputes about educating the kids with our fists. And boner candidate number 3, the best and the brightest in Ohio government.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back with Boners Round 2 coming up after these. Stand by, X96.
Stick. Spell it with me now. S-T-I-C-K. And now we'll use it in some dialogue between our two Utah friends, Elder LeGrand Ardun Jr. and his wayward friend LeVar. The boys have gone to a local building supply store for plumbing fixtures. Let's listen as a conversation ensues. Again, the word is stick.
I think you're going to need a few different things to fix up your problem, LeVar. Just a tube of caulk ain't going to do the trick.
Well, I'll take your best advice on this job, LeGrand. I mean, that toilet's gotten to where it's leaking so bad, just putting towels around the base ain't holding back the flow no more. I mean, it worked for a couple of months, but this morning I was ankle deep in water, clear out to the kitchen. What do I need to buy here?
Well, first off, you're going to need a wax seal, and then you're going to need to replace that float ball thingy. And then caulking around the base should finish you up.
Well, I guess they should have all that stuff here to Chris and Dick.
Should have. Them two guys know how to stock hardware.
Oh, you know them?
Oh, yeah, sure. They're around here all the time. Oh, look. There's one of them now.
Well, who is it? It's Chris?
No, Stick.
The guy with the beard, Stick?
No, the guy in the Oshkosh overhaul, Stick. The guy with the beard ain't nobody.
Hey, LeGrand, look.
What?
Looky, celebrity shop here to Chris and Dick's. Look over there, KSL people. Stick Norris.
It's not him. Oh, but it's Stick's co-worker, KSL people, Bruce Lindsay.
Yeah, Bruce Lindsay. Hey, how come he has a different last name than his dad? Why ain't his last name Norris like his old man's?
Hey, he was great, wasn't he, ladies and James? Pegleg Johnson, the one-legged stand-up comic. We're going to have him back real soon. Now, don't go away, folks, because in just a few minutes, you're going to be laughing your butts off with our headliner, Gallagher! Gallagher! You know, the guy with the watermelons? Yeah, well, anyway, it's time for a special treat here at Bananas, the best comedy club in a shopping mall in downtown Sheboygan. Please welcome the comedy stylings of Little Tommy Little, the 3-year-old stand-up comic!
Thank you, folks. It's great to be here. Now, stop me if you've heard this one. Why did the little moron saw his toilet in half?
Get off the stage!
Oh, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mister.
What?
Mister, is that a bug in your drink?
Where?
Made you look, made you stare, made you lose your underwear, stupid head booger face. Poo-poo pee-pee.
All right, it is 8:20 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go, presenting to you 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote which one of these 3 is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. I say get that chance because in order to become Boner of the Day, it has to win here, and then it has to defeat the winner from round 1, which we did an hour ago. But we'll take both of the winners, one from each round, and put them against each other. Boner Fight happens at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. Right now, this be round 2. Let's send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third coming up once you've heard all 3. Then you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Incubus at USANA Amphitheater on August 24th with special guest Sublime with Rome. You can get more information at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Listen, I had some emergency testing that was an emergency right then. That's what it was. It was an emergency. Lawyers for relatives of Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims asked a judge yesterday to order InfoWars host Alex Jones to appear at a deposition and have him arrested if he doesn't, after Jones failed to show up at the proceeding after citing an undisclosed medical condition. Jones was scheduled to testify in the deposition Wednesday and Thursday in Austin, where InfoWars is based, in connection with the relative's defamation lawsuit against him for calling the 2012 school massacre a hoax. A judge found Alex Jones liable for damages in November, and a trial on how much he should pay the families is set to begin in August. Christopher Mattei, an attorney for the relatives, said in a court filing that Alex Jones didn't show up Wednesday. Mattei asked a Connecticut judge for an emergency order requiring him to appear at the deposition and order him to be arrested and brought in to testify if he fails to show up again. In an email to the AP, Mattei said the judge ordered Jones to submit to questioning Thursday, so forth, so on. Now, Jones's attorney, Alex Jones's attorney, said in a statement that Alex Jones was at a medical appointment. Listen, he said this. Alex Jones is under the care of a doctor for an undisclosed medical condition that requires immediate and possibly emergency testing. And the doctor's opinion was that Jones should not appear at the deposition. He did, however, later that same day, broadcast his daily show.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1. Listen, I had some emergency testing. It was an emergency right then at that moment.
Nope.
Listen, I got a rumbly in my tumbly. I suspect I was poisoned by the Bilderbergers. I've got the documents right here.
Here's Boner candidate number 2. In Flint, we settle disputes about educating the kids with our fists. Flint's school board, Flint, Michigan, has voted to remove the president of the school board from her leadership following claims that President Danielle Green assaulted board member Laura McIntyre during an afternoon finance meeting. Now, this Green will stay on the board, but will no longer be president. McIntyre said that the incident occurred during a finance subcommittee meeting. She said she was brutally attacked and that the assault came suddenly out of nowhere and was so severe that she sustained a concussion requiring medical attention. I'm just sad to say that it's come to this, McIntyre said. I'm a secure person, but I don't feel safe right now. McIntyre said during the meeting that Green was not arrested by law enforcement, who did respond to the situation, but she wasn't arrested. Apparently, she just cold-cocked her, and she fell down and hit her head. Boner candidate number 2. Listen, in Flint, we settle disputes about educating our kids with our fists. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. The best and the brightest in the Ohio government.
All right. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2 coming up in just a bit.
Well, they do surveys about all kinds of things, and this is a very interesting survey I've come across here.
Okay.
They surveyed this baby whale that's making a magical journey to discover the incredible world of ocean currents, meet curious creatures along the way, see how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth, now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
You know, Gina, you're really not required to do some kind of relatable segue into everything.
I'm not required, but I enjoy it.
You enjoy making segues
Sure.
that don't make any sense.
You bet.
All right. Here's the survey. 1 in 5 people say that they eat snacks on the toilet or in the tub.
That's disgusting.
A snack attack can come at any time, but
Not
where
bad.
people choose to indulge their snackiness is surprising. While eating in bed still ranks the top spot to snack in secret, a new study reveals that more than 1 in 5 people take a treat into the bathroom.
No.
A survey of 2,000 adults in the United Kingdom examining the strangest places people like to snack in private. Over 1/5 of them say they enjoy eating while taking a bath. I can kind of see that.
No.
Kind of. I think I've maybe eaten a candy bar or something like that. And I drink a beer when I'm in the tub.
I was going to say, I've
a drink.
I've had a beverage while in the tub,
But other respondents admit that 18% said, yeah, I was sitting on the toilet, I'll have a snack.
That's almost the most disgusting thing I can think of.
Also, 1 in 5 admit to picking a piece of food out of the trash, which still looks perfectly fine.
It was on top. It was on top. It was fine.
It says here, in the words of George Costanza, it was not in the garbage, it was above the garbage.
Yes.
Overall, the most secret snacking spots are bed, while driving, on the stairs, and in the bathtub.
On the stairs?
On the stairs. I don't know. Well,
Okay.
you can sit there, you know.
All right. Well, I just got my Girl Scout cookies, so I think I'll sit on the stairs today. And
Can I borrow a box and I'll eat them on the toilet just to see what it's like? Just to see what it's like.
So gross.
Amanda Bynes, former child star, has been released from a conservatorship that she's been under.
Oh.
Court ordered that Ms. Bynes be put in the conservatorship in 2013 after erratic public behavior and a series of arrests. But apparently they feel she's much better now. She doesn't need the supervision, and she's been released from that. And Pete Davidson's mother says she would like Pete to have a baby with Kim Kardashian.
No.
Listen, this mother is no fool. If this happens, if that happens, she and Pete would be set.
That's true.
It's very sad, and I mention this again. Madeleine Albright, the first female U.S. Secretary of State, has died. She's lived a good life. She was 84. She died of cancer. She was an amazing woman, a child refugee from Nazi and then Soviet-dominated Eastern Europe. She rose to become the first female Secretary of State ever and a mentor to many current and former American statesmen and women. Moderna says that their COVID shot, their vaccine, is safe for babies and it's safe for toddlers. They say it works in babies, toddlers, and preschoolers. And if regulators agree, it could mean a chance to finally start vaccinating the littlest kids by summer. Moderna said in the coming weeks it would ask regulators in the U.S. and Europe to authorize 2 25-microgram doses for youngsters under 6. The company is also seeking approval of 2 100-microgram shots for 12, that's the original adult dose, for the ages 12 to 17, 2 50-microgram shots for 6 to 11-year-olds. So that's good news. Apparently, most children, even babies, take the vaccine well, except the ones who don't believe in the science. There are babies who don't believe the science, and they don't think that the vaccine is safe, and there are anti-vax babies, you know. With the power of the pen, Governor Spencer Cox on Tuesday night created dozens of new laws. Well, he didn't create them. He signed them into law on topics ranging from new election security measures to ordering a study of magic mushrooms. Here are some of the highlights of the bills he signed into order. New vaccine requirement exemptions. There's a bill about that. New election security measures. This is the law.
Cameras on.
The law requires voters to provide a photocopy of their ID when voting by mail.
I'm not submitting a photocopy of my ID when I vote by mail.
Well, then you are not going to be able to vote.
It's completely unnecessary.
Video surveillance at ballot boxes and yearly voter registration audits, among other things. Lawmakers presented no evidence of widespread election fraud.
There
the law
isn't.
comes after the national debate on election security,
which was created in a think tank.
Yeah.
By,
they're going to study health benefits of magic mushrooms.
Okay, that's good.
And they're putting some restrictions on no-knock search warrants. It will require police to have more identifiable clothing. They will have to be wearing uniforms, that kind of thing. They serve warrants in the daytime and clearly announce their presence. It also bans no-knock warrants for misdemeanors. So far, the governor has signed 207 bills into law. The Utah Jazz, apparently, so I guess they're scheduled to host the NBA All-Star Game.
Yeah.
And it says here that we could lose that because of the transgender bill that the legislature prepares to override the governor's veto, and officials with the Utah Jazz are working to ensure next year's NBA All-Star Game remains in Salt Lake, but that comes into question. The NBA may pull it because of that legislation.
They've done it before. There's a rally, actually, later today at the Utah State Capitol on the South Steps. It's at 6 p.m. It's to support transgender youth. They want you to bring your signs and voices and show transgender youth they're loved. So 6 to 7:30 today at the Capitol.
Okay. There's that pageant for women and girls with disabilities is still looking for help. It's the organizers of the Utah Miss Amazing pageant. They're looking for help throwing this year's pageant. It's catered toward girls and women with disability, and they need a bunch of stuff. If you can possibly help them out, just do a search for Utah Miss Amazing and see if there's something that you can do and help them out. And finally, this. Ketanji Brown Jackson was, going through these hearings.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband was there, to support her, and he wore some socks that everybody's talking about. How people notice these things, I'm not sure, but he was wearing a different pair of socks with the same theme every day. His name is Patrick Brown. And he was seen at times wiping tears away and smiling or beaming with pride. On Monday, his socks had a picture of Thomas Jefferson on them. On Tuesday, it was Benjamin Franklin. Wednesday, Jackson concluded his political fashion statement with socks featuring former President John F. Kennedy. So if you're curious about this, you want some, these socks are available in a 4-piece set, each pair made of breathable and soft fine-tooth cotton. They're available on Amazon. 4 pair of socks for $6.99. So if you want to be like Mr. Brown.
Mr. Jackson.
No, it's Brown. It's Patrick
No, it's
Brown.
Jackson.
It says
It's
here his name is Patrick Brown. That's what it says. Patrick Brown. I don't know. I just go by what this is, the writing here. And so if you want to wear the socks with presidents on them, you can do it too. All right, that's it.
All right, sports, weather, traffic.
Well, we're not going to talk about the Jazz game last night. So that's ancient history. Why do you want to? Nobody wants to talk about that. You want to look forward. You want to look ahead to their game.
So they won?
Yeah, we're not going to. I don't even remember what happened.
Okay, all right.
It was kind of bad. They play the Hornets tomorrow at 5 p.m. Sweet 16 NCAA tournament today. You've got Arkansas and Gonzaga. That's at 5 o'clock. Michigan and Villanova at 5:30. Texas Tech and Duke, and Houston and Arizona. Those games are at 7:30 and 8 o'clock, respectively. And Conor McGregor was arrested for dangerous driving in Ireland. All driving in Ireland is dangerous. They drive on the wrong side of the road there. It's very
He was drunk, wasn't he?
Doesn't say drunk, just dangerous. I mean, he's always drunk. He's always drunk and always dangerous.
I think the story I had said he was DUIing.
Let's see. Weather. Beautiful day today. Sunny, high of 69. You'll think, well, that's just plenty warm. It could just stop right there, but it won't. We'll be 75 tomorrow. By Saturday and Sunday, we could be above 80 and breaking records, it looks like. Then it looks like the first part of the week, things calm down a little bit, cool off a little bit, and we could have some scattered showers by Monday. Traffic, we have Redwood Road closed, both northbound and southbound between Vienna and California Avenues. This is due to a double fatality car crash. Expect detours in that area for several hours while they investigate it. Crash northbound I-15 near the 215 interchange in Murray. Vehicles are partially blocking the HOV lane and left shoulder. Delays are backing up into Sandy. Let's see. Crash eastbound 47 south I-215 west in Taylorsville. Right 2 lanes are blocked there. We also have a crash northbound I-15 98 south in Sandy. That's off to the left shoulder. And one more to tell you about. Crash southbound I-15 at the 10th North off-ramp in Salt Lake. That is off to the right shoulder.
By the way, Gina, I checked on the name of Ketanji Brown Jackson's husband.
Yeah.
The story I have was wrong. You were correct. His name is Patrick G. Jackson.
That's what I thought.
Not Patrick Brown. All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Nothing but the best and the brightest in the Ohio government. This is a person in the Ohio State House of Representatives, primary sponsor of a bill in the General Assembly that would ban teaching divisive, or divisive, if you prefer, concepts, like critical race theory, wrongly referred to in her bill as the Holocaust. Oh, she wrongly referred to the Holocaust in her bill. So she says no critical race theory teaching in schools, and then she compared it to the Holocaust, saying this: the Holocaust was an event where hundreds of thousands of people were murdered for having a different color of skin. No, not at all. The comments made by Republican State Representative Sarah Fowler during an interview this month with Cleveland's News 5 raise fresh concerns about the bill that she's introducing and whether she even understands at all what the Holocaust was.
She's only been told that God, I just get so angry I can't even form words.
What we do not want is for someone to come in and say, this is what she said, well, obviously the German government was right in saying that the Aryan race is superior to all other races, and therefore they were acting... Okay, I'll start again. Here's what she said. Well, obviously, the German government was right in saying, so she said, we don't want people saying this. This is what she said, we don't want people to say, and she feels if they pass the critical race theory, this is what people will say.
Okay.
Okay. Is it clear now? Okay.
Yes.
We don't want people saying, well, obviously the German government was right in saying that the Aryan race is superior to all other races, and therefore that they were acting rightly when they murdered hundreds of thousands of people for having a different color of skin. We believe this, and I won't go on and tell you the other things she said. Once again, this is a person who is a legislator in Ohio who is responsible for things that happen to people in Ohio, and she's dumb as mud. Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. I had some emergency testing. It was an emergency. It was right then. It was just at that moment. Alex Jones failing to show up for a Sandy Hook deposition. Number 2. In Flint we settle disputes about educating the kids with our fists. School board president had to be removed from leadership after assaulting another member of the board. And boner candidate number 3, the best and the brightest in Ohio government.
All right, you've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to be Boner of the Day. Winning here does not make it Boner of the Day. It's the winner of round 2. We'll send it to Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning, where it will face off against the winner of round 1's voting. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. So right now, let's send one of these 3 forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 24, 2022, and vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do so. So let's go. This is round 2.
It's time for Beat Gina, the game show that always assures there's a peaceful transfer of power. When the game is decided, you can be sure that Gina will peacefully hand over a prize, deserved or not. So join in the fun, and don't worry about losing your precious game show democracy when you listen to Beat Gina. And now, here he is, the defender of game show democracy, the host who fights for the truth, the justice, and the game show way. He won't let the show fall into chaos. No, he's the one, the only, Kerry Smilin' Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. Good to have you back.
It's good to be here.
Well,
it's
let's
good to be anywhere.
Good to be above ground, as my uncle used to say. All right, we do have a contestant on the phone. We tossed a coin off-air to determine that Scott will be our contestant. And Scott, are you there?
I am here, thank you.
All right,
Hi, Scott.
Scott has promised to go to Moochie's as much as possible.
Excellent.
Have Philly
Good
cheesesteak.
choice.
It's not much of a sacrifice.
we all do our part in this desperate time.
Get the Philly cheesesteak.
yeah.
Get the Philly cheesesteak egg rolls there. They're
I will
delicious.
try that. I've never had that before.
All right. We will toss a coin now to determine who goes first in this game, Scott. It gives you an advantage. Call it heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. Coin toss app says it is heads, as you can see. All right. I think that means you go first. That means you have an advantage in the game. This first question is yours alone to answer correctly. If you do, you get a point. If you get it incorrect, Gina then gets a chance to answer it and steal your point away. We'll then go back and forth until somebody has 3 points. So, Scott, Shaun of the Dead trivia. First question. What pub does everybody take refuge in? It's the name of the pub that everybody takes refuge in. Is it A, the Winchester, B, the Dorchester, C, Squatters, or D, the Sun Trap?
I'm going to go with A.
That would be a good choice.
It's 1-0 for Scott. Now let's test Gina's knowledge of the wonderful comic zombie movie Shaun of the Dead. It's her turn to answer.
Gina.
Yes.
Nick Frost plays a character named Ed in the movie.
Yes.
What is written on Ed's T-shirt through the length of the movie? Is it A, I'd rather be Russian than a Democrat? B, I am drunk? C, I got wood? Or D, the word boner with like 2 robots on it?
B.
I am drunk?
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Really?
Scott.
Chance to steal. Scott, what's the answer?
C.
I got wood is correct.
It's 2-0 for Scott, and in what may be a clean sweep, Scott controls the question with his dominance of the knowledge of the wonderful comic movie Shaun of the Dead.
It's better to be lucky than good.
All right. Scott, what crazy thing does Big Al believe? What crazy thing does Big Al believe? A, that there's a secret basement under Comet Pizza. B, dogs cannot look up. C, cats can secretly talk. Or D, COVID-19 is a hoax.
I'm going to go with B. I'm not sure about this one.
B, dogs cannot look up?
Uh-huh.
That is correct.
Scott, you win the game.
Wow.
Not only are you going to enjoy delicious food at Moochie's, meatballs and more, you win a Radio from Hell tote bag.
To put all your sandwiches in.
Your totes and sandwiches and egg rolls.
Egg rolls and all that.
Congratulations, Scott, and for helping transfer power peacefully here on BG.
Oh, no problem. It's nice to finally meet you, Johnny.
All right, Scott.
Thank you.
Hang on the line.
Johnny fan.
Hang on the line.
I'll put that down as one fan.
Hang on the line, and we'll get your information there, Scott. Thanks. All right, let's award round 2 of your boners.
I'm surprised by the outcome of this one. It's brought to you in part by some rice.
And Feldman's Deli, they want to thank their customers for their generous support during these challenging times. They're open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
Now, I'm not surprised that someone named Travis won the Incubus tickets for being a random voter there because there are a lot of people named Travis. So that doesn't surprise me. What does surprise me is the winner of the boner voting, soundly trouncing the other two candidates, you know, the Alex Jones and also the school board dust-up, was the Ohio State legislator. She trounced them for comments.
There you go. That's your winner of round 2. Goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out when it goes up against the winner of round 1's voting at 9:20 this morning for Boner Fight. Let's see, 8:47 now.
I think we got a picture here. If you want to go to x96.com/live, it's a picture kind of related to this story. I was looking at the Twitter the other day, yesterday, and there was a tweet from our old production director, Sergeant Perez, Nick Perez.
Promotions director.
What did I say?
You said production director.
Oh, yeah. Promotions. Different. Yeah. Yes, it is. And he said in his tweet, I hope you all have been watching Reacher. It's incredible. He said, I've read all the books, and the show on Amazon is great too. And so I went, because I had talked about Reacher here on the show. I quite enjoyed it as well. So I said, yeah, Nick, I saw it and I really liked it as well. And then I asked him a question because I knew he'd know. I said, there's this handgun that they use in this, and it's quite prominently featured. It's in Reacher, and I thought when I was watching it, I thought maybe this isn't a real gun because it looks so big and
over the top kind of.
Yeah, and over the top, and I thought maybe it's not a real gun, but I knew Nick would know. So I said, "Is that a real gun or a prop gun?" He said, "Well, I hope it's a prop gun because I don't want anybody to get hurt." And I said, "No, I mean, is it a gun that exists in reality?" And he said, "Yes, it is." He said it's a Desert Eagle 45 or 50 caliber, and I may or may not own one.
Wow.
And
that's a huge gun.
Yeah, and here's the thing about that gun. I'm not a gun guy, and I said this to Nick. I'm not a gun guy. And there's just one other thing about the Desert Eagle gun. It's no handgun is. This is from their brochure, the company that makes them. No handgun is tougher looking than our Desert Eagle, said Frank Harris, Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Magnum Research Incorporated. The Desert Eagle has always been considered a bit of a beast, but now, with the rugged stainless steel frame, slide and barrel, black appointments, and the new Picatinny bottom rail for accessories, it has a very distinctive look. It's got a manufacturer's suggested retail price of $1,793.
Is that with or without the accessories?
That's the top of the line. They do make some different ones with fewer accessories that are only like $1,200. And I said to Nick, I have to admit, I'm not a gun guy, but that gun kind of turns me on. I mean,
that gets you right where...
I don't know why, but I admire it as... I'm afraid of it, but I admire it for its design and my God, it's just...
it's a big gun. No?
That's nothing.
That's nothing? What?
This is a gun.
Yeah, no, what is that, Gary?
It's RoboCop's gun.
Well, yeah.
That's a gun.
Yeah, it is.
Did you buy that for $1?
No,
Carrie, don't point that
don't point it at people. It could be loaded.
I'm not pointing it at people.
Yeah. You're pointing it at me.
There ain't no people over that way.
By the way, Nick says that he says when you're ready to hang, maybe we can go shooting.
Go to the range?
Maybe I could even shoot that gun. Yeah, it's it also, there was something in the explanation of it. There's a special thing on the barrel. It said to reduce recoil, Because I have the feeling when you shoot that
it
thing,
kicks.
Yeah.
it probably, your hand goes flying up in the air. It's got so much.
What's that, Carrie?
Phaser.
Those don't have any kick at all.
Nope, no kick there.
A phaser would be, if they, and someday they will, really develop them. I really like the idea of phasers because you can set them to just to stun.
Carrie, you've got
Phasers
quite an
on
arsenal
stun.
there.
Oh,
What's
I do.
that?
This is also a phaser. This is one of the originals.
Why do you think, Carrie, in the Star Trek universe,
Yes.
that they ever did anything but set phasers on stun? I mean, why is it necessary to go any further than just setting phasers on stun?
Because those Klingon bastards killed my son.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, though? Because when you set it on that, it just kind of paralyzes people.
Yeah, it does seem against the Star Trek ethos, but I imagine, when you're doing a show in the 60s, you got to have a gun, you know.
Maybe this is true? Do I remember this correctly? It sort of stuns people when you set your phaser on stun, but not for all that long. They can still get up
Just
again.
long enough to get away.
Yeah, they can still get up again. And
depends on who's writing the story.
I see.
Now, anytime I've ever seen anybody stunned, they're down for, at least a couple of minutes.
Mm.
At least.
Maybe if you want to be sure that they don't come back and fight again, then you got to.
That's right. That's why you got a RoboCop gun. You'll make sure that they never come back.
Isn't that Desert Eagle? I mean, do you understand what I
impressive.
mean?
Yeah, it's the same one Peacemaker has.
Yeah, it is. That's right. For some reason, it's a little more highly featured or something, and I noticed it even more in Reacher. Maybe it's because Reacher.
It's product placement. They're probably selling a bunch of them based on.
No, you know what it is.
I bet.
It's because what's his name is Peacemaker. What's
John
the actor?
Cena.
John Cena is Peacemaker, but the guy who plays Reacher, he's way better looking.
You are sweet on him. You will not shut up about Reacher.
A little bit. Yeah.
I told you, go watch on HBO Max. Go into the DC hub and watch Titans. He's a superhero named Hawk.
Carrie, I'm afraid to do it.
Let me tell you, he's got his shirt off a lot.
I know. I mean, you said
That's why
that.
he's
That's
afraid.
what makes me afraid. I'm afraid to do that.
Plus, he looks great once he gets into his superhero costume.
It's hard enough now when I go to sleep at night to put him out of my mind. Okay.
I know, right? I know. Okay. Traffic, Gina, please.
We've got a crash, I-215 northbound at Legacy Parkway ramp in North Salt Lake. Vehicles on both shoulders of the ramp leading to Legacy. Crash on the exit ramp, I-15 southbound to 11th north in Salt Lake. The right shoulder blocked. And then there's that double fatality. Redwood Road closed northbound and southbound between Vienna and California Avenues. Because that's a double fatality crash, you should expect detours in the area for several hours while they investigate. That's traffic.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We do have Boner Fight on the way to determine Boner of the Day and a lot more. Stand by. KXRK Provo. Oh, yeah, we got to talk about Rand Life. That's right. randlife.com/X96.
So, equity in homes here in Utah it says in the copy provided me, equity has gained. That doesn't really do it justice. The average home prices have exploded here in Utah. They've increased over 27%, shattered the record of 20% increase in 1978. Inflation and the cost of living is also rising. We're all feeling that. Well, Rand Life, a local mortgage company, can maybe ease some of that for you. They help clients in tight monthly budgets save anywhere from $300 to $1,200 on their monthly cash flow by using the equity in your home to consolidate monthly expenses. Go to randlife.com/X96. There's a little survey there. They can help you out. I've used Rand Life. I really like them a lot. You can go to their website and find out all about it. randlife.com/X96.
Here's your list.
All right.
This is, you got the intro there? You want to do that? Or
Yeah. Let me just give me a second.
It's
here.
a list of 34 cereals that are no longer on the shelves.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if you want to ask, it'll tell you the years that it was available. I'm not going to give that for everyone, and the manufacturer and a description of the taste. Okay, there's Vanilla Crunch.
Yes, I remember this.
You remember that?
That sounds
Yes.
good.
It was delicious.
So it was birthday cake flavored Captain Crunch balls, essentially. Pink Panther Flakes.
I remember those. It was also a good cereal. Good prizes in that one too.
Fruit Brute.
Yes, delicious. Actually, of the monster cereals, probably the best one.
Was it like Fruity Pebbles?
Fruit flavored cereal pieces with lime flavored marshmallows.
Yeah.
Moonstones.
I remember those.
That's from the Ralston Purina Company. Yeah.
As I recall, it was just a crunchy golden cereal, as I recall.
Let's see. Yeah, fruit flavor. No, it says it was fruit flavored. Oh. Space-shaped cereal of stars, half moons, and planets.
Okay, yeah.
Donkey Kong Crunch.
I remember that, yes.
Strawberry honeycomb. That's sort of,
Mm-hmm.
that's, you know what that is, because I think they still have honeycombs.
Mm-hmm.
Pac-Man cereal.
Yes.
Smurfberry Crunch.
Had that, yes.
They don't have Smurfberry Crunch anymore?
Mr. T cereal. Remember that?
Delicious, yes.
I remember this one.
Golden-shaped letter T's.
Yeah. I think I have a box of this in my drawer at work. C-3POs.
Also delicious. Very good cereal. It was like, little eights put together that were golden and sweet.
Honey sweet oat wheat corn cereal. It said basically like Lucky Charms without the marshmallows.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostbuster cereal.
Yes.
Nerds cereal.
Too sweet for me.
Rainbow Bright cereal.
Did not have that one.
Spider-Man cereal.
Had that, yes. Delicious.
Yummy Mummy.
Yummy Fruity Mummy, yes.
Smurf Magic Berries.
What made the magic?
I want to know what were the berries. What?
They're magic.
Morning Funnies. Ever heard of that one?
Don't know that one.
1988 to 1989. Didn't last very long. It was a fruit-flavored cereal shaped like goofy faces in a box covered with comics.
No.
Oh, yeah, the comics from the newspaper on the box. Oh, okay, yeah.
Dunkin' Donuts cereal.
Yeah.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle cereal.
Yes.
Which they tasted like turtle. Batman cereal.
Remember Batman cereal? Yes, a golden
Breakfast with Barbie.
Did not see that one.
That was a multigrain fruit-flavored cereal in shape of hearts, bows, cars, stars, and the letter B from 1989 into the early 90s. Bill and Ted's Excellent Cereal.
I never had that. I should have had that.
Tiny Toon Adventures cereal.
Vaguely remember that.
Cinnamon Mini Buns.
I remember those.
The Addams Family cereal.
That was actually a good cereal.
That's it. No, not according to this. It says spooky-shaped cereal with a memorable lack of flavor.
No, it had cinnamon in it, as I recall.
Lack of flavor.
I remember eating. I thought it was delicious.
Well, that's. I mean, you may have liked it, and that's WWF Superstars.
Don't remember that one.
Vanilla-flavored star-shaped cereal. Jurassic Park Lost World Crunch.
Don't remember that one either.
Reptar Crunch. Whatever.
Reptar?
R-E-P-T-A-R.
Reptar is the cartoon character from the Rugrats cartoon. Reptar was like their Godzilla, yes.
And that was a Post cereal.
Mm-hmm.
Homer's Cinnamon Donut cereal.
I remember this. It was yummy.
Bart's Peanut Butter Chocolate Crunch.
Don't remember that one.
Monopoly cereal.
Don't remember that.
Who wants to eat
Fiber.
Monopoly cereal?
People who love the game Monopoly. Fiber Plus Berry Yogurt Crunch.
Ugh.
No.
Cupcake Pebbles.
Don't remember
And
that
Sesame Street C is for cereal.
C is for cereal.
Don't
That's
remember
good
that one
enough for me.
There were so many left out there.
Well,
you had Vanilla Crunch at the beginning, which is a Captain Crunch related cereal. But there was Jean Lafitte's Cinnamon Crunch, that was a Captain Crunch cereal. Jean Lafitte being the pirate bad guy in the cartoons of Captain Crunch, and he got his own cereal. It was delicious.
Yeah, it says here that there are many others, but some of them, they were just like limited releases for movies. You know, they didn't. A lot of these they intended them to go on, and then they didn't. Because why couldn't you have a Batman cereal even today? I mean,
exactly. C-3POs were delicious too.
I bought a real cereal yesterday.
What?
Grape nuts.
That's
post grape nuts.
Are you going to eat that on the air? Because it's really noisy when you eat the grape nuts on the air.
I don't know.
Buy
Maybe
you a quieter cereal.
If I had not known that it bothered you so much, I wouldn't have done it. But now,
softer cereal, oatmeal. How about oatmeal?
I'll eat some mush,
some cream of wheat,
some muesli,
some malto meal.
Yeah.
Chocolate flavor malto meal.
I don't intend on eating the grape nuts on the air because if you kind of suck in a little bit and one of them gets lodged in your throat, it's a disaster.
It'll do it.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio.
Unless we Utahns are diligent, our taxes will be raised without our knowledge. Did you know that right now there's an organization who thinks they know better than you how to save Utah schools? This group wants to raise your taxes. Wouldn't you agree that's just not right? Well, so does Republican Representative Arthur McCarty from Roadside Table, Utah. He began the group opposed to the suggested 10-cent Jell-O tax. Citizens against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income believe that not only is the proposed Jell-O tax wrong, it's also cost prohibitive. The state would have to establish a Jell-O commission and then open costly state-run Jell-O stores. Then it's only a matter of time before racketeers would begin smuggling in gelatin from neighboring states. Taxing green gelatin would also place an unfair burden on those people who mostly buy this product. Large LDS families, already on a tight budget, would end up paying for a greater portion of public education than would people with no children at all. And that's just not fair.
Hello, I'm Republican Representative Arthur McCarty. Please call your state legislatures and tell them to vote NO on the green Jell-O tax. It's time to get big government off our backs.
Paid for by Citizens Against People for Alternative Revenue Tax Income.
Oh. I remember that very brief ska boom that we had in, was it 96, 97?
It kind of started in Utah County. Those kids down there was ska crazy.
Oh, absolutely we were.
Stretch Armstrong, remember Stretch Armstrong?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. They were quite good. They had a horn section, as I recall.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of the ska.
Well, there are people who tried to do ska without a horn section.
I don't know what that would even sound like without.
Not
there's some without horn sections. It's okay, but I prefer a horn section with my ska band. Think about it. Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
Yeah.
Essentially a ska band. Most people wouldn't think of them that way, but they are.
Yeah.
You know? No Doubt started out as a ska band, and they got rid of their horn section.
I started in radio with a ska and reggae show.
That's right.
Would you say that the Clash was ska influenced a lot?
More reggae, yeah.
More reggae?
Yeah. Reggae influenced.
I don't know music. I don't know.
Well, but reggae was made, you know, if we didn't have reggae, we probably wouldn't have ska or skiffle or any of those types of music. So,
for some reason, my wife hates reggae.
Really?
I think she was in a reggae band for a while, and she just...
If I remember correctly, ska actually created reggae. It was
probably flipped. They're essentially of the same, you know, they sprang from the same kind of thing. The ska that I'm talking about was reggae artists that were in England, you know, that helped influence the... No, I didn't pick that song. That was not me.
That's Todd.
Todd has asked us to. He says, "Can I take over the 9 a.m. song for a while so we can do our 30th anniversary thing?" And I went, "Terrific, yeah, go ahead. One less thing for us to do."
Ska music developed first, originated in the 50s. A reggae didn't come around until the 60s. So Katie was right.
You know, I don't even know why we're at work today anyway.
Why?
Because it's not only National Cheese Steak Day.
Ooh.
It's National Chocolate Covered Raisin Day. And it's National Cocktail Day. What the hell are we doing working?
Oh, you're still being good, aren't you, Bill? You're still...
Yes. Yes, I have not been drinking.
You gave it up for Lent?
24 days.
Is that the longest you've gone in a long time?
Since I was 10. It's the longest I've gone without having a drink since I was... No, I take that back. That's not fair. I quit a couple of times between the ages of 10 and 15. But then from 15 on, it was
pretty
just
steady.
Steady. Just steady. Spotty between 10 and 15.
Because there's no deep religious spiritual reason you're doing this. You're just doing it to see if you can do it. It's not like you fear the wrath of God keeping you from doing it.
Nope. I just kind of challenged myself to see how hard it was to give up French fries.
It's very hard. You think about it every day. There's that time of day when you would normally go, this is the time of day I pour myself a drink. And that are you substituting anything else at that time of day?
Sugarless candy.
Okay.
Sugar-free hard candy.
That's no bourbon, I know. But.
Yeah, I have, and those toothpicks you saw me chewing on a toothpick. I got these cinnamon toothpicks, and I'm constantly chewing on those.
You don't walk with them in your mouth, do you?
Yes. You know, and you know what else, Gina? Sometimes I walk with gum in my mouth.
No, but gum is not.
I know where you're going.
I can walk and chew gum. I can do it at the same time.
That's not what she's talking about.
I see you walking with something sharp in your mouth, and you trip, and then it's dangerous.
It's a toothpick.
It's sharp.
It's a toothpick.
I don't think that's smart. I don't like it.
I'm going to do the rest of the show with a toothpick in my mouth.
It's dangerous. Don't do that.
Well, he's sitting down, Gina. He's not going to fall.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I think it makes
me
look tough.
I tell my kid all the time, because when he's like, I'm not going to fall. I'm like, nobody does it on purpose. You can't just say, I'm not going to fall. You don't know that you're not going to fall.
Gina, I may fall. I'm a little unsteady because I'm not drinking. When I'm drinking, it evens things out, see? But because I haven't been drinking, I'm a little unsteady. But I'm telling you, if I fell and I had one of these toothpicks in my mouth, as I do now, I would be just fine.
You don't know that.
Well, I might break my arm or break my leg or go be unconscious. The toothpick would have nothing to do with it.
I don't like it.
Well, I know you don't, and that's why I do it.
Well, I just want you to know that I'm proud of both of you.
For what?
For your French fries for Lent.
Oh, thank you.
And no alcohol for Lent.
You think we're stupid, don't you?
Yeah. That's why, in your honor, I'm going to have some French fries and whiskey as soon as we're done here.
Oh, man.
You are, aren't you?
That's a good combination, too. That is a good combination.
Oh, I got some nice Japanese whiskey upstairs, and I got the air fryer here. Make me some French fries.
Make yourself some fry sauce.
Yeah, right there.
My daughter has to have, my child has to have fry sauce, and they make it. Every time we get French fries, get some mayonnaise, get some ketchup, mix them together. Every time.
Let's see. Curious to know if Bill is feeling any positive effects of his no booze.
I don't know.
Sleeping better, maybe, or
no.
Focus better.
I don't think so. I think when I wake up in the morning, I may feel a little. I get focused quicker. Takes me less time to get focused when I wake up.
What about calories? What about that's your weight loss thing you've been working on? That's got to help with that.
Yeah, it has. Unfortunately, I think, though, I've been kind of compensating by eating stuff I shouldn't. But no, I've actually been losing some weight. I can tell because my rings are loose. I'm getting down to loose ring weight. But I haven't noticed a huge difference or any difference really in my mood or
anything like that. Huh?
No, see, I've noticed my car smells better.
You don't have French fries
because I'm not having French fries. That's what I've noticed.
Oh well, I get my car smells better too because I don't throw up anymore.
You used to just write in the passenger seat.
All right.
Which is not to say I was drinking when I was driving.
No, in the driveway.
It was the day after effects of the drinking. Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. We will be back with boner fights after these. Stand by. X96.
Hey, it's Marcy.
So when Muhammad was little, I found him on the floor with an ant trap in his mouth, and I panicked and I called poison control. We had a file at poison control because I often had to call it for Muhammad. And the guy that I talked to at poison control, first of all, he said he's fine. Kid can suck on an ant trap and he'll be okay. But he said it's like it's a thing. Little kids love the smell of ant traps because they use something that smells like peanut butter in it, and to a baby crawling on the floor, it smells like a snack.
I've never smelled an ant trap, so I don't.
Yeah,
know.
I always put the ant traps in like cupboards and things, not just had them out like that. Yeah. Of course, I've never had kids to worry about that, but I've always had pets around, and I always stick them somewhere where the dog or the cat can't get to it. So I thought more about it having animals than people do having kids.
Yes. You had a file on an open file at Poison Control because we have one here too, but mainly my wife has it because of me. So.
Bill keeps putting things in his mouth.
I put stuff in my mouth that I shouldn't all the time.
I thought you said she was trying to poison you.
No.
That's where you were.
At least I don't think she
9:19 right now. And we do have Boner Fight coming up here in about, let's see, about 7 or 8 minutes.
Okay.
So, you have anything for us before we get to Boner Fight?
Yeah, I got, I think this is going to remind you of Game of Thrones.
All right. Brought to you by Tim Daly. They have new arrivals daily, a pre-owned selection of 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
An international team of geologists and archaeologists. This team was led by a guy who specializes in both geology and archaeology. His name is Jory Clark from Oregon State University. And he says that they have found evidence that there was a gigantic wall of ice that may have been the first border wall in history that kept ancient humans from reaching North America.
And White Walkers, kept the White Walkers.
Kept them, researchers believe that this icy barrier was up to 300 stories tall, which is taller than any building on the planet today. The findings may rewrite the history books and reveal how the first Americans and White Walkers finally reached the continent.
The giants, they were over there too.
But the what do they call the guys who were at the wall to keep them out? The
watch.
The watch. Yeah.
For the watch.
The international team found evidence that this massive wall blocked off the ancient land bridge, which once connected Asia and North America. Today, the continents are separated by the Bering Strait, something called continental drift. Things are always moving around, which is weird to think of, but continents are moving.
That continental drift was my favorite Fast and Furious.
Bob Saget was not feeling well the night he went to his hotel room and ended up dying. At least that's what one of the last people to speak with him is saying. A showrunner who works at the Ponte Verda Concert Hall, where Bob's last show took place, and I mean last show, took place before he booked it to Orlando that night. He told investigators that Bob had disclosed to her, or she told investigators, and she said to her and other stage crew, that he said, "I'm not feeling well." The woman, whose name is Rosalie Cutchy, said Bob told them he was battling long-term COVID. It had taken a toll on his body, and as far as what he was dealing with specifically, the woman said that Bob mentioned his hearing was off, and he was constantly asking them to turn everything up. In addition to hearing problems, Kochi went on to explain that Bob had said he was sick the day before, his throat was sore, and she added he seemed to be talking to himself, getting ready for his stand-up performance, which he ultimately did. Now, that could have caused dizziness if his hearing was kind of off, and balance issues. It's unclear exactly what. I saw some of the pictures of his hotel room, though. There were marble surfaces in there, particularly in the bathroom, but other places. If you hit your head on that, it would be pretty bad. Somebody isn't keeping up with the Kardashians,
I'm not.
Well, then you're in the same boat that Britney Spears is. She admitted...
We have so much in common, me and Britney.
I feel great about this.
She admitted she has no idea who Pete Davidson is, who Scott Disick is. She said she was fully entertained by their recent antics on social media. But I'm sorry to report I have no idea who these people are in the video that I watched. But it made me laugh, she said. The video was originally shared on Scott Disick's Instagram story Saturday night and showed Pete Davidson filming himself hanging out with the Flip It Like Disick star. I don't have any idea what that is.
I don't know who he is. I don't know. I mean, I know who Kim is, but
Yeah.
I've never watched a second
But
of the show.
I've never seen the show. I know who Pete Davidson is because I watched Saturday Night Live.
There was a wedding going on, and the bride and groom received a huge surprise. Tom Hanks stopped by.
Why can't Tom Hanks ever stop by one of my weddings?
The Oscar-winning actor delighted a bride on Saturday by joining her bridal party for photos outside the Fairmont Hotel in downtown Pittsburgh as he just happened to be passing by. He was like, "Hey, I'm Tom Hanks. I'd love to get a photo with you." And I just froze, and I was just looking around, said Grace Gwaltney. She told the local TV station, I didn't know what to do. I mean, it was his voice, but, I thought it was like Woody talking to me all of a sudden from Toy Story.
There's a snake in my boot.
She said, he said to me, "You look so beautiful. I'm really happy for you."
Oh, that's so nice. That's so Tom Hanks of him.
All of us just lost it. It's so Tom Hanks of him to horn in on somebody's wedding when he's not invited. How rude. We all lost it. The bridesmaid shuffled out of the limo. He posed for photos and congratulated everybody. And then just as fast as he had popped in, he was gone. And there's a picture of Tom Hanks standing there with the bride, and then the bridesmaids are all lined up there. So I think he was just angling for a free piece of cake. But let's see, Machine Gun Kelly.
He's coming to town. We have, let's see, when is that show? I have that information right here. USANA Amphitheater, August 6th.
He wants to fight a default ruling relating to a civil claim filed against him over an alleged assault and battery with a parking attendant. He is requesting, it says here the musician, but I'm leaving that out.
Yeah.
He's requesting a judge set aside the recent default ruling in the case in order to allow him to fight the claim on the incident that allegedly occurred in August of last year. The original suit concerned a disabled parking attendant who claimed that Kelly had pushed and threatened him while he was working. Kelly had been working on the set of a movie nearby, and the attendant claimed that the incident occurred when he confronted Machine Gun Kelly and his cohorts about filming in the bank parking lot where he worked. While asking if they had a permit, it was then that the altercation took place, with the attendant claiming that Machine Gun Kelly pushed him and started yelling threats when he was asked to leave. So, and I shouldn't be too harsh with Machine Gun Kelly in terms of saying whether or not he's a musician, because I really couldn't identify. I don't know what he does really in terms of music. I guess he plays the guitar.
We play.
I know.
We play.
Yeah. I know, but I'm just not. I'm not one to judge his music abilities. But better musical people than I should do that. Carl's Jr. I only bring this up because, God, it looks delicious. 2 new menu items that are good as gold. The Gold Digger menu features the Carolina Gold barbecue sauce. Oh, they have Carolina barbecue sauce on them. Mm-hmm. It's the Gold Digger double cheeseburger and the Gold Digger hand-breaded chicken sandwich. The picture looks...
Bill's daydreaming about lunch.
Carl's Jr. ads have always been incredibly attractive. They make the food look amazing. More amazing than when you get it.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay. Don't get me wrong. Carl's Jr. food is good, but the pictures look just incredible. So we got Boner candidate number 1 from the 7 o'clock hour. I am the best drunk driver ever. It's a woman who bragged about her skills at driving while inebriated moments before she killed 2 state troopers and a civilian with her car. That's number 1. going up against the best and the brightest in the Ohio government. A Republican sponsor of Ohio's anti-CRT
critical race theory.
Critical, I couldn't think of the word critical race theory bill bungles basic facts about the Holocaust, saying it was the Nazis killing thousands of people of color. That's not what it was at all. That's number 2.
All right, so there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be boner of the day for today, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight March 24, 2022, and vote there. Now, you probably won't see that box right away because we just put it on the website, so refresh your internet browser. It should appear. Click and vote. All right. There you go. You've got until the end of these messages. This is Boner of the Day.
Tonight on Channel 8, join us for Mysteries of Science. Our scientific staff explore unanswered questions that have boggled the minds of the scientific community for years.
Hello. We're the new Mysteries of Science hosts, radio's Carrie and Bill. Help us explore the scientific worlds of the unknown.
Tonight, we answer the age-old question. How long can a grasshopper live when its head is placed under the focused beam of a high-power magnifying glass?
Use the tweezers to hold him still.
Ow, oh, you're burning my finger. Focus the beam on his head.
The sun, life giver.
Ah, there he goes.
And life taker.
Also tonight on Mysteries of Science, we see just how much damage a firecracker will do to, again, a grasshopper, when it's taped to the insect's body.
Will you hold the damn thing still while I light the fuse?
Ow, my fingers!
Don't miss Mysteries of Science. It's TV worth giving a look-see to. Tonight, right after The Brown Nun on Channel 8.
All right, so let's award Boner of the Day.
All right, it's brought to you in part by, it's a, I forget what it's called, but it's a Vietnam dish with this candy, this meat that's it's almost candy. It's got sugar and a sauce that kind of clings to it. Oh, it's really good.
And save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
Well, it was pretty close, surprisingly. I thought number one would just fly away with it, the woman who killed those people in her car, with her car, after bragging, a weird thing to brag about. I'm the best drunk driver ever. Well, no. And then, of course, the Ohio State legislator who thinks the Holocaust was all about the Nazis killing people of color. I mean, they would.
That wasn't the
That's not what the Holocaust was
point.
Specifically. They would, and they did some, but mainly it was Jewish people and people who just looked like everybody else. But that didn't win. The woman, the best drunk driver ever, won by just under 10 votes.
All right, that's your Boner of the Day for today, March 24, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Let's get Sim Gill on the phone.
Salt Lake County Attorney Sim Gill. Good morning, Sim. How are you?
Good morning. Happy to be here.
Sim, now I'm wondering when you and Post Malone became such good buddies.
Is he in your ward?
Well, I wish I could say that I was good friends with him. What you're referring to is this wonderful moment that we're having with our Camp Hope initiative that we started with the DA's office. As you may be aware, we created a trauma-informed victim support services division, and one part of that is working with children whose cases that we prosecuted, whose intersection is the criminal justice system, who have undergone severe trauma. And so one of the things that we wanted to do was looking at the science and neuroscience that they have incredible resiliency. How do we return that childhood back to those children? And we had come up with this idea of a summer camp. And last year we took almost 80 children for a fully funded summer camp that the Salt Lake County DA's office paid for with trauma-informed counselors to start to give them their childhood back, because what research shows us that if we can give them good positive memories, then they will end up not be burdened by this trauma, and we can interrupt intergenerational trauma.
Now, again, Sim, give us a better idea of who these kids are. Really, what situation are they in?
Yeah, so they're often children who have suffered a violent trauma at the hands of perpetrators, or they have been witnesses to trauma in the violence that's been perpetrated around them. And so those are cases that our office prosecutes. So these are people that we are serving through our prosecution efforts. But justice doesn't happen at the end of a conviction. That entry goes there. So we wanted to make sure that we were doing something to empower these impacted children. And so we started this summer camp. And so we reached out to our law enforcement partners and we said, hey, you have a role to play with us. Help us raise funds for this. And Cottonwood Heights Police Department stepped up, because most people may or may not know that Post Malone has a home there. And they reached out to Post Malone, and he said, hey, he wants to help out. And so he actually got one of his guitars that not something that we bought there, one of the guitars that he played on and performed on, signed it, and they're auctioning that off, and 100% of those proceeds go to help fund our next summer camp this summer.
Now, Sim, be honest here. Sim Gill, Salt Lake County Attorney. Did you have any idea in the world who Post Malone was when this happened?
Only through my kids, okay?
Oh, okay. So you got kids who... All right.
I'd heard of I've heard of the performer, but I had to brush up on it a little bit. But no, absolutely.
Now, how are they going? Do you know how Cottonwood Heights is going to auction this off, or what?
Yeah. Yeah, so people can log on to Camp Hope Utah at ch.utah.gov, and you can give your bids onto that. And also, I just want to say that if you don't want to bid on the guitar, because if that's out of your price range, you can also go onto our website at the Salt Lake County DA's office and make whatever donation that you want to help support our Camp Hope. And I've got to give accolades to Cottonwood Heights PD for stepping up and making that connection with Post Malone. Yeah. And, of course, Post Malone for so graciously and generously donating that for this effort, you know.
He's apparently, people who see him and have interactions with Post Malone around town say that he's always he's never anything but just a really nice guy.
Yes, and that's what they said. He's incredibly generous, incredibly friendly, really cares about his community, and obviously, giving us that opportunity to raise funds for these children is just remarkable.
How long does the camp last, Camp Hope? Is it a week or a day?
Yeah, it's a week-long camp. You know, we did it up in the Uinta Mountains this year, and it's amazing, though, because here are children who are in our valley who've looked at these mountains, and they have never actually ever gone into those mountains. So they went hiking. They spent time there, and these children who closed up because of the trauma that they've undergone, and it was incredible to see them with other children. We have children from 8 years of age to 17 years of age, and to go hiking and fishing and kayaking, and just to be kids. And what a week-long experience, and how they just bloomed up and opened up as children. But then we also don't stop there. It's not one and done from our office. We continue to have this relationship with these children through our Pathways program, because we want to help empower them and build their resiliency. And so our Camp Hope is a summer camp, but our Victim Support Services continues to have that relationship with them post-adjudication ongoing.
Yeah, and that's really great, and it shows the kids not only outdoor stuff, but it shows that there are people who care about them. Sam, will you give the website again where people can bid on that Post Malone signed guitar if they want to do that?
Sure, it's Camp Hope Utah at ch.utah.gov. Or you can also go down to and the bidding ends at the end of this month. And if you want to make small donations, you can also go to the Salt Lake County DA's website, and you can also donate there as well.
All right. Sim Gill, Salt Lake County Attorney, thanks for talking with us. And next time you see Posty, give him our regards.
Okay.
All right.
Will do.
See ya. That's what his friends call him, Posty.
Friday at noon, join X96.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Your Jack Daniels bottle is empty, and you're all out of ammunition. What are you going to do? Well, don't panic. Come on down to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns. At Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, that's all we sell, liquor and guns. We feature a full line of liquor from exotic fine wines all the way up to the real hard stuff, too. We also feature a full line of guns and ammo, from small caliber handguns all the way up to semi-automatic weapons. Best of all, you'll get a case of Radio from Hell brand canned chili absolutely free with each and every purchase over $50.
Hi, we're Carrie and Bill.
And we're Carrie and Bill.
We know just how frustrating it can be to run out of liquor or ammo at odd hours.
That's why Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns is only open between midnight and 6 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
And from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
To find Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns, just call 555-1212 and ask for Ricky. He'll arrange to meet you.
Then, after a brief shakedown and blindfolding, Ricky will lead you directly to Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns.
Helping you continue the fine old Utah tradition of getting drunk and shooting up the place, it's Carrie and Bill's Liquor and Guns for all your liquor and gun needs.
All right, 9:47.
Well, this headline stopped me in my tracks.
What's that?
Well, I was wondering if it was sweeps week, because that's when things like this happen. Like, something in your bedroom may kill you.
It's my wife, isn't it?
It's a picture of her, right?
Yeah.
No, this says, if you keep this on your bed, you may be attracting spiders.
It is my wife.
Of course, I clicked on that immediately.
What?
Spiders can climb long throw blankets, oversized comforters, bed skirts, and dust ruffles on your bed. According to the pest control company Terminix, these decorator pieces become a ladder for spiders crawling along the ground and gives them easy access to climb right up into your bed.
Mr. Jackson has a question.
So this is if your bed is a hover bed, right? Because they couldn't possibly climb up the legs of the bed, right?
No, they can't.
The Terminix people are trying to tell me that this big blanket that we just ordered, that's the problem.
It's a spider ladder. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Well, you're making it easier for them.
What you keep under your bed can attract spiders.
Spiders never come down from the ceiling either.
You should make sure the area beneath your bed is free from clutter. Don't use it for storage. It's potential spider habitat if you have anything under your bed.
Besides, it's harder for the Terminix guy to get under there and spray.
Yes, exactly.
If you're trying to avoid spiders, experts recommend washing your bedding at least once a week to remove dead skin cells that attract, yes, you guessed it, spiders.
I mean, spiders aside, you should wash your sheets at least once a week. Yeah.
Gina, be honest, you wash your sheets every day, don't you?
Every other day,
Really?
No, once a week. Once a week.
All right.
Experts recommend tucking in any long sheets, keep them from dragging on the floor.
So you're supposed to tuck.
I don't know. Why is the Terminix guy so obsessed with my bed sheets? And
they're a spider ladder, Terry.
Because he wants you to pay him to come in and spray.
You can also position your bed the right way to make it harder for spiders to crawl in between your sheets.
If you turn it upside down, they never get in.
Apart from keeping your sleeping space tidy and organized, positioning your bed in the right area can go a long way to keep the spiders out. If possible, experts advise against pushing your mattress flush against the wall. Leave it a little space, because the spider can't reach out his spider legs.
If your bed is the Stark Technologies repulsor lift bed that's hovering, then yes, this is not a deal. This is Terminix trying to scare you so that you'll call them.
They want to spray. It's also, Gina, think about it. If you push your bed flush up against the wall and then you go to bed at night with your husband and or wife, and one of you crawls into bed first, and then the other one crawls, and then let's say the one who's next to the wall wants to get up in the night. They have to crawl over the top of you.
Keep your mattress higher off the ground. Also, place other furniture, such as bedside lamps and nightstands, spaced far apart from your mattress by a few inches.
Yeah, never use a bedside lamp anywhere close to your bed.
Experts also suggest keeping houseplants away from your bed, as well as regularly inspecting them to make sure a spider hasn't taken up residence in your favorite ficus.
I am really surprised that when it says experts, they don't say Terminix experts say.
Yeah. Cement Dave reminds me I need to remember to get the battery pack for my Stark Technologies repulsor lift bed to avoid the cords, because the cords, they could climb up the cords.
Yeah. Spiders, that's the only way they could get into your bed is by climbing up a long blanket.
Spider ladder. They're also attracted to dirty towels in your bathroom. Don't keep dirty towels in your... Spiders love dirty towels in your bathroom.
Spiders can be upside down and right side up, and they somehow can cling to almost any surface. So they can climb up the leg of your bed and then go underneath and then go up top. And They don't have a problem with that.
See, this is why I have cats. My cats like to go after the bugs and kill them, even my blind one. So
the blind one goes after bugs?
She
Can
is
hear 'em.
amazingly good at it. She really is.
You know, when someone is blind, their sense of hearing is heightened, you know.
Oh, you can watch her ears just flicker with every sound that goes on in the apartment. It's great. But yeah, cats, they kill the spiders for me.
Does your blind cat have a little white cane?
No, but she's getting a cataract in one of her eyes, so she looks very like mystical and like an oracle kind of thing.
Weird.
Remind Gina that spiders are known to travel by ballooning, a.k.a. flying.
Yeah.
Great.
They have these webs, too, that they can drop down from anywhere. They're everywhere, too. Right now, in your room right now, Gina, there's probably 20 or 30 spiders in various locations.
20 or 30?
I'll bet
20 or 30?
Probably. Let's say 20. Does that make you feel better? Just
no.
20.
I don't want one. I don't want any in
I
here.
bet if you started looking, you'd find one.
I'm not going to look.
God, there was a huge spider in my bathroom sink the other day.
What'd you do to it?
Well, my wife actually trapped it and took it outside and let it go.
Why didn't you trap it and take it outside? Call your wife to handle spiders?
You know, Gina, at that moment I was sitting on the toilet, so it was it was rather difficult to...
Did you call her to come in and deal with it while you were sitting on the toilet?
No, she just happened to come in, and I said, "There's a huge spider in the sink. I was going to get it." And
wait a minute. She just comes in while you're in there? That's a regular occurrence?
I wouldn't say it's a regular. I wouldn't say it's a regular
I mean,
occurrence.
she goes in with the door shut? The door
she
shut
has
is...
to open it.
No, that's what I mean. The door
Carrie,
shut...
what's the matter with you? She has to open the door.
The shut door of the bathroom is the universal sign.
I think it was open. It was open.
Why are you going with the door open? That's
because
the question.
I probably thought no one was around. It happens. People live together.
Do you know what has never happened in my house? Ever? Never. I've been married to my husband for 17 years. That has never occurred.
Never happened.
So what you're telling me is Andy and I are a very odd couple because nobody lives with us.
No, you are not odd. Gina is odd.
Cool.
I mean, it's not something that we love to do or do all the time, but on occasion it can happen. You know. Oh, you're in here. Oh, yeah. There's a spider. Would you? Yeah.
Yeah. This entire scenario would never happen.
No, I know. Probably not.
No part of that would happen in my house.
Not in our house because we have two bathrooms.
Yeah.
Hers and mine. So
it's really hard for your husband to get through the razor wire too. I know.
And the alarm system, the lasers. Yeah.
You know what would cure that real quick? Next time one of you are going, I don't care who. The other one, just come in and lean up against the sink and stand there.
Just stay there.
Like this.
Yeah.
I got no place to be.
What are you doing? Nothing. Door was open.
We're pretty private, but occasionally things happen. You know.
All right.
Should we do our promo?
Let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Okay.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7:45 a.m., we're having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy featuring Amarula Cream Liqueur. But then stick around after because he's answering your drinking questions just in time for the weekend.
So finish out the week with us, and you lucky ducks have a drink on Friday's Radio from Hell show, X96.
Let's see. See if we missed anything.
I'm sure we did.
Apparently, that name that tune game that you play, Gina, Hurdle.
Hurdle, yeah.
It's apparently taken over Wordle for people. It's huge.
It has for me.
Yep. So there's that. Skid Row has got a new singer.
What? Sebastian Bach is the only Skid Row singer that matters.
Eric Gronwall from the band Heat.
No.
Well,
Why
what
isn't
happened to Sebastian Bach?
I don't know. He's still around.
He last I heard, he was a gas station attendant.
That may be, but he's still around.
Yeah.
And, well, it looks like we got everything covered. So we're
Okay.
good. All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
It's a spider ladder.
Marcy is next.